Hope you had a good night. The hockey game was good, I heard. Cool. So, second day of the KohaCon 2024. Awesome. So we're going to start right away with Heather Romans from Bywater Solution and Martin Renvois from PDFS Europe. And that's a really nice talk about sharing the love, a deep dive into rotating collections. Please welcome them. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Heather Romans. I am an educator with Bywater Solutions. I've been with Bywater Solutions for a little over a year, but prior to my time with Bywater, I worked at a small public library in Moscow, Idaho, where I come from. And we are part of the ValNet Consortium. So it's a consortium of 52 libraries, but the majority of those libraries are like single building, single staff, not a large consortium at all, like a couple of larger partners within, but there's a lot of material sharing going on, usually through the holds process. However, the Latah County Library District has 7 branches, Moscow being the headquarters for that, and Lizette Shear used to work there as well, and that's where I met Lizette, and she kind of implemented using the stock rotation module, which is what Martin's going to be talking about. But what I wanted to talk about today is just those, there are 3 primary ways within Koha that you can start sharing materials between libraries in that agreement. And so it was going to be a deep dive, but in 30 minutes I think we're going to be more waiting. But I think that's all right. We'll give you something to start with and move forward from there. But I'm going to let Martin introduce himself as well, and then I'll get into everything else.
I'm Martin Renvois, Head of Development and Community Engagement at PTFS. You heard my intro yesterday because this is my second little one. So I'm just going to say that Heather's done an awesome job putting these slides together. I was my usual late self, so if these are brilliant, it's all her fault. If it's terrible, it's all my fault.
All right, so I think, especially like with some of the presentations we saw yesterday, we're all on the same page in that we know that libraries are an integral part of communities around the globe. And our primary focus is disseminating information to those who are seeking it, regardless of economic status, regardless of location, and to a library or to a large, facility where they can access a great deal of materials. So material sharing is really a critical part of that. I know that it is really cool to be able to go onto a really nice catalog and place holds and bring items in. But personally, I feel that interacting with those materials on the shelves is a very, very important part. It's a magical experience. It just takes the library experience to the next level, to go to the shelves, pull off a book, interact with the cover, just feel how it's making you feel. And maybe that's how you're selecting your items. At least that works that way for me. And especially in rural communities where maybe they can't afford to have a laptop. They don't have access to the internet. Having materials that are still exciting to patrons on the shelves is a critical part of keeping them interested in the library and keeping them learning in their lives. So I'm going to go to my next slide. So I kind of went in a little bit about why we would want to rotate collections, keeps patrons engaged with our offerings, and it also extends the useful life of the materials. So maybe the patrons at one branch are they've checked out the materials, they've checked out the book, they need something fresh to keep them coming back. And if you're going to, rotating collections is a way to just keep that collection fresh and keep those patrons engaged with what you're offering for them. And again, it just ensures that patrons, no matter what their status is, will have access to the materials the best we can get those to them. So today we'll go over 3 methods. We'll talk about floating. We'll also talk about rotating collections. It's a tool. And then we'll talk about the stock rotation module. So I wanted to present a slide of some general considerations to keep in mind when you're thinking about what method you would want to use or whether you want to rotate your collections at all. The first one being space. So we all know that in libraries the stock on the shelves is going to fluctuate, but depending on which method you choose for rotating your collections and your materials, that fluctuation could be greater or smaller. Some branches are going to have different amounts of shelf space available for certain types of items. So that's something that you definitely want to keep in mind when thinking about which method you're choosing and how you want to implement this whole process. Control is the next factor that we should keep in mind, and that's more of deciding which method you would want. What I would consider loose control, is it okay if it's patron-driven? Do you want things to be rotating on a set schedule to particular locations in a set order? So considering which method would work best for your purposes, that would be something you'd want to keep in mind. How much control over that process would you like? This is a big one, staff. So when you're rotating collections, is there enough staff and time available for them to pull, process, and ship those materials? Depending on the size of the collections, this can be kind of a burdensome process, as we've seen in our experiences with the Latah County Library District. So it's nice to recommend starting small. Start with a smaller collection that you're going to be rotating through your branches, and set a baseline of how much time that takes. How did the staff feel about that process? Can you scale up from there is kind of a nice way to approach that. But the staff is going to be what makes or breaks your rotation, basically, because they're going to be taking care of that whole thing for you. And then transport. Do you have a courier? Are you going to be going to different branches and picking up materials in your personal car to take them to a different branch? Or does your courier only come on particular days at set times? You want to think about how you're going to rotate your collections to have them ready for your courier to take when they are available. So that is, and also load limits. So if you're rotating a tremendous amount of material, is the van that your courier drives going to be able to take all of that? Will the crates topple over in the back of the van? That kind of thing. So just some general considerations to keep in mind when you're thinking about implementing something like this. So I'm going to go ahead and talk first about the floating collections. So floating, the item stays at the location where the patron returned it, and it never comes home. So in this method, it's patron driven. So something to consider is like if somebody's on a binge watching session of Grey's Anatomy and they're bringing them all in on holds, right, to this rural branch, and they're returning them to their local branch. If those items are floating, they're going to stay at that branch, and you're going to pretty much eventually end up with like the entire season or the entire career of Grey's Anatomy. So that's something to keep in mind. You're going to want to keep watching the shelves to see, it's kind of more maintenance involved, and then you would manually transfer those items when they build up too much at a certain location. With this method, the holding library is updated, but that owning or home library is going to stay the same. And you won't need to change any of your system preferences for this. It's pretty much controlled. There's no cron involved. It's going to be controlled by your circulation and fine rules. And what's really cool is it used to be just floating in general among the branches, but in 2311, we're introducing the floating groups. And so you can use, in the administration module, you can set up library groups and designate that as a float group. So then your materials would only float between certain designated branches, which can be a very helpful feature. So like I said previously, they're controlled by the circulation and fine rules. So the default holds policy by items type is going to be, so this is like where certain item types are going to float. So if you want to have your DVDs float in the return policy column of this table is where you would find the options to say item floats. And so that would designate when it comes to that library is returned by the patron, it's just going to stay there on the shelves and they can just go ahead and shelve that material. The other place is going to be the default checkout, hold, and return policy. And so this is almost where you want your whole collection to float, but maybe you have some exceptions to that rule, which you could use in conjunction with the default holds policy by item type to just designate which ones do, which ones don't. It just depends on your situation and how many of your item types you want to float. The way the circulation and fine rules are written on the page, the default hold policy by item type will override the default checkout, hold, and return policy because it's lower on that circulation and fines page. So it's going to be overriding the other rule there. So that's something to keep in mind. But again, no changes are needed to your system preferences and no cron job is required for this method. But this is what I would consider to be a loose method this is loose control for rotating collections because it is patron driven and it's kind of just dealing with problems should they arise at that time. One of the issues that you could find, I kind of mentioned this already, but pooling, that inadvertent pooling of certain materials at a particular location. So in my example here, you could have a report that is created to find where the home library is not equal to the holding library. This is just a very basic report. I am not a report writer, so I just threw this together for this presentation. But I was also thinking, if you wanted to use a report, you could add items that are not checked out to those factors that the report is looking for, because you don't want to just jump the gun on these materials. You want to make sure that they're actually at the location and the home library does not equal that holding library. But I was also thinking about this, and I think item search would also be a good place where you could, without a report, go in and see in a particular status. You can select the status that you want. You can check, designate if it's going to be checked out or not, and then you can select which home libraries and which holding library combinations you want to take a look at. So that's also a way that you could handle that, and then go ahead and manually transfer those to whatever branch you want those items to go live at the next time. So this is kind of where it gets a little more interesting. So now we have the rotating collections tool. So this lives in the tools module, and it's in the lower left-hand corner, the rotating collections tool. So this is where you can add items to a collection to be transferred as a group to other libraries. So the thing about this is it's a completely manual process. So you're going to want to keep track of where these items are being transferred to somewhere else. So it's not going to be tracked in Koha. This is like manual only. And it's also, there's kind of, one of the difficult parts of it is that you have to add and remove items individually by barcode. So there's no way currently in the tool to upload a file of barcodes and add those to the collection. It is a one-by-one process at this time. So same as with floating, the holding library is going to be updated, but that home library remains unchanged. There is no cron job. And what was really interesting about this is currently the manual and the documentation that I have read have said that this automatic item return system preference needs to be set to don't. But I was testing this, and then thankfully Kyle and Lizette sat down with me and we went through the code to see what the heck was going on. But rotating collections will override system preferences and circulation rules. So it really wants to go back to that current library that is designated in the tool. So that's something to keep in mind with this one as well. We thought it worked differently, but kind of through some testing, this is what we found, that it does override the system preferences and the circulation rules. So again, no cron job involved here. So I wanted to go into a little bit about the setup of the rotating collections. So you can kind of see the breadcrumbs here where we went. We've got the tools, rotating collections, and then the first thing you're going to want to do is add a new collection. So you want to give it a title and a description, and I always recommend using these like a naming convention if you're rotating many collections at once, or whatever name would work for you. But the description can be very helpful for details involved in like maybe the rotation path for something. So you can see in the example that I have here that the collection cats will rotate on a path from main to east to west and then back to main. But this is an entirely manual process, so this is simply informative for the person who's managing the tool, that this is the next branch that that collection needs to be transferred to. So here's where we get into adding and transferring items. So I mentioned that items must be added and removed individually by barcode number. I filed bug 36530, which asks for the ability to add and remove items from in batch into the tool, which I think would be a fantastic enhancement for the tool and maybe make it more possible for libraries wanting to rotate larger collections. Thank you. So then you're going to transfer from either the Manage Items page, like I have denoted here, or you're going to go to the Actions button on the main Rotating Collections homepage. And these transfers, when you do transfer, you can select the library they go to, and then once those go into transit, staff will need to check those items in. So clicking the button here is going to put them into a pending transfer. They still need to be checked in to give you the option to actually trigger and initiate that transfer there. So it'll show in the transfer to receive section in the circulation module. Or using a report, you could do that too. So now I will pass it to Martin to talk about the stock rotation module.
Real. Thank you, Heather. Bear with me for a second. He did it. So, stock rotation. The stock rotation tool module was added to Koha in Koha 1811. It was added at the request of, or sponsored by a public library in the United Kingdom, developed by myself and Alex Sassmanhausen, for anybody that remembers some of the old school developers. He left 10, 12 years ago. He's been gone a while. It uses the transfers system, and it's designed to be a set and forget, so it's very much an automated system that doesn't really expect too much interaction from staff once you've set it. It requires a cron job to be set up, or turned on, and you configure it, or you need to turn on a system preference stock rotation. Nice, simple, obvious name for system preference there, to turn it on and expose the feature, and it sits under the circulation area. Yes. Brilliant. So, I wanted to take you through a little bit of that setup. So, you have to, once you've enabled the system and you've got your cron job up and running, you have to create rotors. So you create a rotor, give it a nice clear name, and then you have to add stages to that rotor. So those stages are locations and the time you want them to stay at that location. Excuse me. And then you can add your items to those rotors. Those items can be added at any time, and we're talking about rotating items individually. So each item stays at its place in the rotor, its stage, for its allotted slot of time, independently of any other item in that rotor. So your stock is all rotating completely independently. Obviously, you could add a whole set of stock in one hit, and then they'd follow each other around the rotation plan. Or, more likely, you'd be acquiring materials, and you might be adding them as and when they're acquired, so your stock is all moving on rotation and just staying at those places for that allotted period of time each time. The triggers are, as I said, time-based at the moment, so you might have a big library that wants to keep the stock for 6 weeks, and then you might have smaller libraries where you want to rotate it in, keep it for a week or two to see if it gets any catches, and then move it on to the next one. So it's very much viable. Talking big libraries and popularity, there's also an in-demand feature. So if you spot that a particular item is being really popular, you can go into the stock rotation module or go into the item record and say, this one's really popular, in demand, and it'll keep it for double its allotted time. So if it was set to stay for a month, it will now stay for a second month whilst it's being used. And these rotas are independent of whether the item's been checked out or not. So the 1 month period it might be at Library 1 will remain 1 month, regardless of whether it's checked out or not in that time. We don't increase it depending on loan lengths, etc. So it's quite a nice, simple tool. Sits in the background quite quietly. You can add the items manually, or as I said, with the acquisitions front, there's some EDI integration built in. So if you're using EDI, you can use the LRP, which is Library Rotation Plan segment, and that'll automatically put things onto your rotas at acquisition time, which is quite helpful. As I say, it's to keep the librarians' lives nice and easy. They don't have to touch much. It just comes up in reports. In terms of how the library knows that they've got an item that needs to be moved on, at check-in, you'll get your standard reminders of this item needs to go back to a location, and the holding library is updated once you've checked the item in at the next rota location, the next stage. I think that kind of covers the feature. Yeah. I forgot cyclical. So a rota can be cyclical or non-cyclical, so you can end up with your items go through A, B, C, D, and then stop, or you can have them so that they just keep rotating around all your libraries forever until you weed them and decide your collection they're no longer getting loaned, in which case you can either take them off rotation, put them into a storage or an archive or the stacks, or weed them out of your collection entirely. Okay. We've got challenges, and these are split, so I'm going to let you take the first challenges, and I'll do the last ones.
Sure. Okay, so these challenges are kind of already just a summary of the challenges associated with each of these methods. Talked about the pooling, and then the fact that floating is driven by patron behavior. So that's just something, if you're you don't care if your items are going to go and just live over in Beauville or Deary or something for a while. That's maybe the method for you. The rotating collections, again, that hindrance of having to add and remove items individually by barcode is a big challenge for that tool. And it is a completely manual process. So you've got to have that tracked somewhere else and have like Google Calendar reminders or something to keep you on schedule with those transfers.
So stock rotation. As I said, it's been in wide use in the UK since 2018, but I don't think it's really travelled yet. There were a couple of bugs that I think were leading into that, of which 2 have now been pushed. So there's a third one I still need to do. Shameless plug. Please take a look at the third one on that list. And at the moment, it's all time-based triggers. We'd always hoped that there might be some more interest in helping us expand it. For example, I would love to add in circulation level triggers. So instead of saying it stays at Library X for a month, you could say, well, it stays at Library X until circulation drops below X number of loans in 2 weeks, or over. So there's scope for extension, which I think would be really useful for some libraries. Thank you very much. I think we can probably take some questions if there's any. We've got 1 minute.
No questions?
Oh, is the guy with the cowboy hat scaring us?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Heather, here a little gift for you. Martin already.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
so
you very much.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. There was a slight modification to the presentation orders, so right now we're going to move forward with Kyle Hall, which is the Director of Development and Operation at Bywater. He will talk about the SIP and NCIP Old school or new school? Kaya, please applause him.
Good morning, everybody. So, for some of you, this is going to be very fascinating, and I'm sure you will be enthralled. For others, this is a great time to rest your eyes. The one thing I think we can all agree on is it's a bit too early to be deconstructing library protocols, so bear with me. All right. There we go. So, we have two really popular library protocols that are supported at Koha. I mean, there are many more, and I could talk about them for hours, but I'm going to try and limit myself to just these two. So, a brief history of SIP is it's older than I am. No, it's not. I wish. Started in the early 90s. SIP 1 didn't do all that much. It just basically let you do checkouts. It didn't even have check-ins. And then in the late 90s, they added more functions to it. Checking in items, being able to renew items, being able to take payments. So it was a big leap forward. But a lot of vendors were like, this still isn't everything we want to do. So they just started adding stuff. And we see that to this day. There's a lot of non-standard extensions out there. And we've really engineered our SIP module to be able to take advantage of that and to be able to handle those things. But in 2005, they sort of like took a lot of what was going on and kind of formalized and said, like, here's a set of extensions. This is now part of the standard, but it wasn't published in the spec. And then in 2011, SIP 3 came out, and I've never seen anyone use SIP 3 for anything. I think the big problem is that they made a change in the protocol format. Instead of being more definitions, they said, we're just going to completely change how it works, so you can't just extend the SIP server, extend the code you've already written. You're going to have to start again. And I think that's probably why we haven't seen any kind of SIP 3 requests coming through. We have not once been asked, do we support SIP 3? It does have a lot of powerful stuff, though. Patron registration, chat password changing, like a lot of different modification and things like that. I think staff overrides is a pretty interesting one. But again, haven't really seen it in the real world personally. And then in 2012, 3M, that created it, gave it to NISO. And now, NISO has SIP and NCIP, and they are basically trying to figure out what to do with the two because they overlap so much. So as far as SIP and Koha are concerned, it was added in 2007 by Ryan Higgins. There was a project called Open NCIP, and I've been trying to figure out why it was called NCIP when it's SIP, and maybe someone will be able to tell me sometime, because I find that real fascinating. There's not a lot of historical information to explain that. But that's what it was. It was sort of like an independent project that was meant to be like a generic SIP server. I just don't think it worked out as being a standalone project, and it was basically cloned and integrated into Koha and also into Evergreen, which is why the SIP server for Evergreen is so similar. All right, NCIP, on the other hand, started much later in 2002. Version 1 was pretty, it was very featureful from the start. I think they probably took a lot of the ideas from SIP and other functionalities that were already out there and built them right in. In 2011, we got version 2, which added a lot of data to the structure more than a lot of functionality. 2.02 in 2012, and that's where it is now. 2.02 has remained the latest version since 2012. NCIP was added to Koha in 2013. I can't remember who originally asked us for it. So we're going to get that data. But what we said is, get Chris to write it. Thank you, Mascat. And so Chris Cormack did indeed write it. And he did kind of the same idea where it was like an independent module that could be used with multiple ILSs. It does remain, unlike the SIP server, it's still an independent project that has been consistently ruined by me over the last decade. I did add NCIP 1 support to it, and a few more, like, not messages, but pieces of data that some of those messages take. And again, that same NCIP server, much like the SIP server, is being used for Evergreen. So, how do they work? SIP is a much more lower level thing. Again, it was the early 90s. Things hadn't like really gelled the way they have now. It is just straight up TCP IP, so it's like a server that has a port open and you can connect to it and you send it text and it sends back text. The syntax is just its own thing, much like David S. Pumpkins. NCIP, on the other hand, is very web-based. It uses HTTP and it uses XML, so it just feels a lot more modern. All right, so this is where we start to break down what a SIP message looks like. When you just look at it, well, you'll see it as a whole. It can be a little much, but once you start looking at individual pieces, it begins to make sense. So a SIP message starts with a message number. It's just 2 digits. Each one means something different. And the number after is the response. So I'm going to focus on the checkout. It's an 11. It sends back 12. There are then a set of fixed fields, and the number and length is different for every message. And then we have the variable fields. They always start with 2 letters. Sometimes those letters make sense. A lot of times you just need to know what they mean. Like CQ doesn't automatically make you think of something. PB might, if you see a date in there. Patron's birthday might make sense. And they're usually in ASCII, but they can do UTF-8 for everyone else. So I have an example there. It's literally always 2 characters, and then everything after that is the value. So CQY means a value of true in general. One of the really fun parts of SIP is true is always Y, and false is sometimes N, and sometimes blank. And then they use the pipe character for a delimiter. I say it's not very human readable. You can train yourself to read it. So this is straight from the specification document that I'm happy to share with anybody because it seems to have disappeared from the internet, this particular one, and I don't know how NISO did that. Like nothing disappears from the internet, but this has. So you can see, based on it, you can see this is the checkout message, and there's an 11. And we've got our fixed fields, so those are in the carets. And it tells you how many characters each field is, and sometimes what the values are. A lot of Ys and Ns, a lot of dates right down to the second. We see our due date. We see the institution ID, which would be like a branch code in Koha terms. Patron ID, AA, that would be a card number. Item ID would be the barcode, AB. And then passwords are usually not sent because there is a login message now. So in SIP 1, you would have to send the login credentials with every message, but you don't need to do that anymore. So you can tell I really love the command line because I didn't even think about using a graphical editor. I just started up Vim and it made my lovely ASCII art here. So you can see the breakdown, when you just look at that top, it just looks like a string of nonsense. But once you start to break it down into pieces, you can begin to see the order of things. You can see the message, then you can jump and see that there are letters and there are pipes, and those mean things. So there's a response to that. Again, so that was an 11. This is a 12. The very first character is, did it work or not? So you always want to see a 0 or a 1, not even a Y or an N or a space. Someone just couldn't make up their minds, so they decided to use everything. What I think is interesting is the desensitized character. So that's built right in, because of course SIP is used for self-checks a lot. So if they magnetize and demagnetize things, that is incredibly important. And everything else, you see a lot of the same things. So you'll see the AA, it's always in a patron identifier. No matter what message it's involved in, it's always going to be a patron card number. Same with the AB, it's always going to be an item barcode. And then we have the other things like your due date and things like that. You can also use SIP for offline transactions. So you can, some machines have a feature called store and forward. Like if they lose their internet connection, or if the ILS is down, they can keep accepting checkouts. And later on, they will send things, and there is a no block trigger that says, like, patron has this, we don't care about the circ rules, check it out to them. And you see very similar type of stuff. Message number, did it work? Was it renewed? Was it magnetic? And if it was magnetic, do I need to demagnetize that? And everything breaks down very nicely. Once you start to learn what each of those fields are, then you can start to just read it without a spec. I've been doing this for over a decade. I still use the spec. There's no point in memorizing anything that you can look up. I think Einstein said that. NCIP, scarier, much scarier, but it's also much more readable. So that's what you can see here is it's really easy to give a human an NCIP message and be able to parse it. You can figure out what everything is. It's very well named, but creating it from the spec is much more complicated. The spec alone is just far more verbose. So we've also got checkouts in NCIP, and this is the easy mode for how they have it. There is an XML schema for every version of NCIP, and it is quite a read, which I have not done, I promise you. But it takes a lot of the same type of things. So there's some required data, and then there's some optional data, same as SIP. And then you can see a checkout. And it has all the same things. They're much easier to figure out from this. You can see user ID, user identifier type. This is a barcode, or a card number, as it were. Same with the item ID. Like, it's very easy to tell what is going on here. And then there's a checkout response for that. So again, needs a user ID, needs a date due, and then there's some optional data, like maybe there were fees involved, things like that. And then the response back. Again, we send back the barcode, just like we do with SIP. And then we also send back the date due. And we also send back the patron. So the contents for these messages are very, very similar. It's just the way that you get them is very, very different. So, SIP2 capabilities. We can get patron information. Patron status is like a little bit. Patron information is a lot bit. It just has a lot more data in it. We can do checkouts. We can do check-ins. SIP can do block patrons, and then patron enable is basically unblock patrons. Those have not been implemented in Koha yet. If anybody wants those, we can definitely do it. Fee paid is a really weird way of saying pay off fines, but you know, I didn't write it. Item information is exactly what it says on the tin. Placing holds, renewing items specifically, and then there's a separate message to say renew everything. NCIP does a lot more, as you can see, but we don't support most of these messages at this time. And so what, I think I said 2012, in all that time, no one's asked for any others. And I think that's primarily because SIP's primary driver tends to be self-checks or authentication systems, where they just want to say, the patron typed in this username and password, was that right? Give me a yes or no, I don't care about anything else. Whereas NCIP seems to be much more ILL-centric. And so the messages that we have seem to be perfectly sufficient for that use case. It can do so much more. I would be happy to implement these, but nobody's needed them in all of this time. So you see, the big ones, we've got check-in and check-out, just like SIP. We've got renew, just like SIP. Lookup item. Where are you, lookup user? So those you already saw, just like SIP. They give the same type of information. The big and interesting one is accept item. And what that does is it actually creates the record in your ILS, creates an item, and places a hold for a patron. So that's basically an ILL between libraries. A patron requests it, so the ILL broker it just pushes in all the data, so when that book arrives in the mail, a librarian can scan it in, and it says there's a hold for blah, blah, blah. And it's just like it was already part of your collection. So, pros and cons. It is amazing how balanced the scales are with these two in completely different ways. I find it fascinating. SIP too, it's everywhere. It's been around a long time. Everything supports SIP. It's pretty easy to implement. Even the specification is pretty easy to read. It's a few dozen pages. And it all makes sense. Whereas like the NCIP XML schema is incredibly long, incredibly verbose, and for a human to read it and be able to program against it is a much bigger challenge. One of the cons for SIP, it's its own thing. There's nothing else like it. So that, especially when you start, like if you tell someone, like a programmer, like this is XML, they know what that is. If you say, we made up a language, it's kind of like Klingon, but with umlauts, like they're going to be a little more overwhelmed. I also find it fascinating that SIP has a security model, but no encryption model, except for the password. It can encrypt the password. Whereas NCIP has an encryption model, but no security model. So they're just completely flipped around. For SIP, we do have a solution which is S-Tunnel. It is like such a common solution that that support is built into most self-check machines and other things like that. Oh, and that's the end of my slides. Who has questions or concerns about this fascinating topic? Excellent.
We have a little time before the break, so I will expose what's in those bags. It's basically all stuff coming from Quebec. So we have some indigenous tea in there. A little soap made here in Quebec, of course. Everything is made. Oh yeah, we have maple syrup. for those who may be interested. I'll keep that for the end. A little pot de beurre. It's a butter pot, actually. A maple one, the maple spread, actually. And this one here, I don't know who's gonna get that back. It's caramel, maple caramel, and how to say that? Dune pepper. It's also a spread. Very good, actually. And the last one, for you to bring that home, the poutine, poutine sauce that you can like create some of our, to bring back a little bit of Quebec in your country. So it's time for the break. So we're gonna come back around 10:30. Is it 10:30? Yeah. All right. Thank you very much. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. So we're going to continue with a talk with Lisette Scheer. She's the Koha Development Support at Bywater Solution, and she's going to talk about growth and implementation of Koha ILL module. Lisette?
Hello, everybody. I'm Lisette Scheer at Bywater Support. Tomas was also going to be presenting with me, but he wasn't able to make it today, sadly. So what is Koha's ILL module, and how does it work? Right now, currently, it's a very basic framework. You have to install a different backend to make it work that really uses the framework that Koha has to move those items along or to provide a form for patrons to request items. And it depends a lot on which plugin you're using or which backend you're using. So there's some of the ones that we've worked with are the Freeform plugin, which is there's like a bug that we're working on moving that into the core as a standard plugin, standard backend. So there will be a form built in and more of it will be accessible without having to do all the work to install the backend. There's also a Koha to Koha ILL plugin, which allows different Koha libraries to communicate with each other to do ILL. That's something we're also working on improving more because we have more libraries that are interested in using it. But the one that Tomas and I have done a lot of work with is InReach. And so InReach is a III product that some of our libraries use where their large consortia, their like statewide consortia use it as a central server that acts as like a broker in between all the different libraries. And so you contribute your items into the central server. That's where patrons can go to make requests. And then the central server will tell each library when it needs to pull something to send and where it sends it to. And then how we have it set up in Koha is it creates a item record, a record and an item and a hold for the patron when it ships from the owning library. So it'll come in and act just like any other hold for the patron. So it's like really seamless for them, which is nice. And we've done a lot of like automation with that. It has both lending and borrowing, which has been kind of a little bit of a trick because right now core Koha only really supports the borrowing side of it. So Tomas has had to do a lot in the plugin to kind of trick the status map into saying like, okay, here's how it's gonna work for the incoming items and the outgoing items without getting them confused because a lot of the statuses are like very similar names and things. And so that's like been kind of one of the big challenges with InReach because Koha Core doesn't currently do much with lending. One of the nice things about this is that it's all really seamless for the patron. They just have to go to the discovery layer that InReach has. These are just some screenshots from some of our partners, Search Ohio and Prospector for Click. Those are the central catalogs for those partners that we have, and it's really seamless for patrons to go in and place a request, and they just select where they want to pick it up. InReach says, can they place this hold? Cool, they can, places the hold. Really seamless for the patron, and we've done a lot to make it more seamless for the staff as well. Some of the challenges that we faced. Since there wasn't borrowing or lending in Koha, we had to figure out how to make record contribution work because we have to contribute it to that big system. So there's a large initial sync. I think with Cuyahoga, it took us almost a week to sync all of their records initially into the central catalog when they were ready to go live. And so just, it's a lot of items, and we have to say, okay, is it something that should be contributed? Is it getting, if it's getting contributed, what statuses need to be contributed with it? Because it checks for like withdrawn, damaged, lost, is it checked out right now? And depending on how the configuration is, both on the Koha side and the central server, it might not contribute some of those items, or it might contribute it with like a not currently available status. Like a damaged item might say not currently available, but it still contributes so that they know that it's an option. And so it just, that initial contribution especially takes a long time. We found that there have been some like timeout issues where sometimes it's that the central server times out and then a bunch of stuff just gets missed because the background jobs that we're using don't know how to repeat when there's an issue. It just fails. So we've had to do a lot of like manual recontribution when there's failures like that. And that's something that we've been working on, trying to like identify when there's a failure and have things pause and start retrying. And Tomas is actually working on a bug to add retry into the background jobs in Koha so that plugins that make background jobs using the background jobs option that was added for plugins, the nightly cron, can also, or no, that's the cron. The background jobs for plugins, which were recently added, that they can set up rules for retry based on different kinds of failures. Because one of our biggest things is sometimes the central server goes down for a small blip, 5 minutes. We don't know that it's happening, so we can't plan to pause it. And then that's 5 minutes of transactions that didn't work, and we didn't have a good way to know why. And so we're working on trying to update the background jobs so that they can retry automatically when there's certain failures. So we can say like, oh, there's a 502 failure. Once we stop getting those, retry all the 502 error failures, because it's just that they're down right now. We've also got some scripts that help us with some of this cleanup. Contribute data is just like what we run when we start doing the full synchronization. It's a script that is part of the plugin that Tomas wrote. But recently we've also added the sync bibliographic data script, which is nice when we find that there's been a bunch of issues. You know, we find out later, oh, hey, there was a chunk that didn't get properly synced or updated at some point. There was like a day in March that the server was having problems, and we had to clean up a bunch of stuff for both Westlake Porter and Cuyahoga because we just didn't know which items had been updated that should have been updated on the central server that weren't. And so we have this script now where we can say, okay, we're gonna sync all of just these bibs and have it check and make sure that like Koha is sending the correct status and that they've got the correct status now to help catch up on that without having to do a full recontribution of everything that's gonna take another week. And then we also have sync item status, which that's if we just know that like one item has been messed up. It's easy to just go in and be like, oh, for some reason that got missed because of a timeout. We're working on trying to automate more of these, but a lot of these happen like once out of a million transactions, and it's not always clear why it's happening. So we're still working on tracking a lot of that down. But we need to try to keep the discovery layer as up to date as possible so that the patrons are seeing what's available properly, and also so that like our partners aren't getting requests for items that they shouldn't be getting requests for because it's been damaged or it's checked out, because those requests should only come in for items that are available on the shelf. The hooks that we have that have been added fairly recently-ish help. The after biblio action means, and after item action helps us say, okay, when these happen, the plugin needs to say, send the updated status to the central server. And so that helps us keep it up to date. Really every time that the status changes, whether it's checked in or checked out or any of those other statuses, lost, withdrawn, damaged, change, or if it changes something else out of the contribution rules, which we'll talk about in a minute, but anytime any of those changes, it does send the update to make sure that if it's contributed, it should be, or if it should be contributed, it is, and if it's not contributed, shouldn't be contributed, it's not. Each library has different rules for what to contribute, and we've got both inclusive and exclusive rules, so you can say, we want to include all of the Cuyahoga main branch items and but not any of the things with the reference location. So that then you can do both include in and exclude in instead of having to say like, okay, we're going to do Cuyahoga, but all of the shelving locations except reference have to be listed out. So we used a YAML preference, which is great for the flexibility, but I'm going to show you a little bit about how it can be a lot as well in a little while. Since Koha doesn't have the lend-in part of it down, we had to figure out who are you lending it to? How are we going to keep track of that item? So what the plugin does is it makes a Koha user for every library you're lending to. So every place you might be sending it. So if you have the Cuyahoga main branch might be sending to Westlake Porter, it's going to have a Westlake Porter ILL patron that gets created by the plugin. And we have this sync agencies, which we run once at the beginning to make all of the partners, and then once it runs nightly as part of the nightly plugin cron to make sure that it's up to date if new ones are added. Then we had to use a totally unlinked status graph from the main one because some of the statuses were not clear for both borrowing and lending because it's just designed for borrowing. So we said, okay, we need to take it and say we're using our custom status graph instead. We did lose some core automations. We don't use the circulate ILL functionality at all. We do all of it through just like regular circulation based on the item type and circ rules for those item types and everything. But we can't use the circulate ILL like system preference. It has to be off or it actually breaks some stuff. And we implemented some of these automations by adding more hooks. So after circ actions, when something gets checked out, update the statuses, and after a hold is made, update statuses, both for what's going on with the item and what's going on with the central server and the ILL request, so that that's all synced up. But hooks are cool, but it can slow things down. And I talked a little bit earlier about what if that API call fails, either when it's checking it out or when the item's getting created. If it fails when the item is getting created, then when the item comes in, we don't know where it's supposed to go because there's no record for it. So we needed the ability to we needed asynchronous executions. So Tomas wrote a task queue daemon that runs all the time, and that does a lot of the contribution. And that's like outside of the background jobs, because he wrote this like a while ago before they were something that could be hooked into by the plugins. And so that runs all the time on the InReach servers. And we keep track of like, if it gets too big, we'll go look at it and see. We get alerts for that. But we also have it set to retry everything a certain number of times, depending on the server and how frequently it gets issues. Because like some places have more connection issues because of what they're doing for whatever reason. And so some of them have more retries set, but they're also not doing as many interactions every day as some of the bigger libraries. So they'll retry things before giving up on it, and that helps with some of those like, oh, it's just a problem for a minute, there was just a connection issue, or that kind of thing. It's still not perfect, but it helps a lot. And then we have the plugin defined background jobs now that were recently added to Koha, and that's how we do all of some automations that we've added for reducing the number of clicks that our library staff have to take when they're doing these in-reach, like receiving and sending back those items. But the background jobs in Koha need to handle the retries better or at all, and we need to figure out some better error handling, because sometimes we'll go and look and it'll just say, it failed, here's the ILL request. And that's all the info that we have. And so we have to dig deeper to figure out why it's failing there. And so we've been adding things like on our side into the background job plugin as we figure out like, okay, this is what's happening, but more of that would be really helpful. And our partners want more. So we've worked really hard with our partners, especially Cuyahoga last year when they went live, because we had to push a lot of buttons. The first time that we went through the borrowing process with Cuyahoga, we counted all the button pushes without automations. So you check the item in, fill the hold. That's one. You have to say, yes, I fill the hold, print the slip. But then you had to go to the record, and then from the record to the ILL management page, and then you'd have to mark the item as received for it to tell the central server that we had received it. And so that's like 4 clicks, one of which you would do anyway. That's a lot of clicks. We added some automation, so now you check it in, you fill the hold, it updates the IL request using the after circulation action hook. And then it was kind of the same thing with Linden. When we were sending it out, we'd have to pull the item to, or no, yeah, check it in, fill the hold, go to the record, go to the request, mark it as shipped. Now they can just check it in, print the slip, which we've set up like fancy slips for holds for our in-reach partners that tell them how to send it through their courier systems. So we've done a lot to reduce the number of clicks that our library staff partners have to do to get these items out to their in-reach partners. So each request status that we have defines the next action. So if it's, item is requested, then when you check the item in, it says, and confirm the hold, then it says, okay, great, we're gonna check the item out to the Linden library, or to the borrowing library user that we've created, and we're going to mark the status as shipped to borrowing library, and we're gonna update the central server and say it's been shipped to the borrowing library. If you check it in again, it checks it in off the account, off the borrowing account. That's one of the problems we've run into. But it's not going to try shipping it again because it's already out of the status that would tell it to do that action. So we talked a lot with Cuyahoga during this implementation about like which steps would be the most helpful to implement, and we've really worked with our partners to make sure that when we make changes, it's making changes to make it better for them. And yeah, just updating the statuses of the ILL requests has been a big thing, because if that gets missed, then it becomes more difficult in later steps to figure out what's actually going on with it. Why are my statuses out of sync? It happens a lot. Sometimes we get the API 502 error, where it's just not connecting to the central server. Sometimes there's a large queue, we're doing the full sync, and it hasn't caught up yet to be updating anything that's changed since the initial contribution, things like that, and other failures that we're still sorting out. That's one of the biggest things that we talk with our partners about right now, though, is trying to track down why things are out of sync and making improvements to continue making that less of an issue for all of our partners. Some of our other outstanding requests are to contribute only items older than X number of days, so that you can do like, okay, we want to contribute everything at this branch, but only if it's older than 60 days. Right now, because it's YAML, it's like either yes or no for each branch and everything. There's not a like date option currently built in. We'd also like to allow forced contribution or decontribution or status syncing from the staff side. So if staff finds an item that should be updated or should be removed, that they could recontribute it from their side. Right now we have to go in on the command line to do that. And we'd really like to empower our partners to be able to do that, especially once it's happening even less than it is now. And then the other thing is an availability issue where like in Koha thinks it's available if it's on the shelf but on hold, or in transit, or waiting on the shelf for pickup, hold pickup. And so that it doesn't tell the central server right now that those shouldn't be available, so sometimes that impacts which holds get placed. Also the configuration. That's one of our things. YAML's great because it's very flexible, but it's also easy to break, especially when you have a more than 400, this is 461 lines, but there's about 10 lines below that still, because of all the different things that get contributed. And it's not very understandable to partners, because a lot of it's just, you know, central code types, colon space, the Koha code that's the equivalent. So one thing that I did when I was working with Cuyahoga was I made a Google sheet that does it all for me. So but I have to copy in all of the like shelving locations and branches and item types into the Google sheet, and then it will build the configuration as like a form in Google Sheets. We'd like to move that into Koha where it can build it based on what's actually in Koha and do it all within there instead. That's something that I am starting to work on, but right now it's all the YAML based. Some recent changes, ILL backends are pluggable now through Koha plugins, so it's easier to get an ILL backend installed into Koha, especially since as of bug 30897, if your Koha conf is set up correctly when you install a plugin, you don't have to go manually restart Plaque now. You can have it do it automatically for you, which is especially nice when we're testing updates on our test server, because if we have to update and then start Plaque or wait for it to restart on its own, it can be pretty time consuming if we're trying to test rapidly to get something out to our partners. We're also really excited for bug 35507, which we're going to be working on this week at one of the workshops, adding the generic form to ILL. That's going to make it a lot easier for folks to get into the ILL and start, also easier for folks to like test ILL bugs, because that's one of the things is that right now to test any ILL related bugs, you have to install a backend, and that's not really something you can do on the sandboxes easily. We also are hoping to expand ILL to allow for the supplying agencies, so we can move a lot of that into Koha Core instead of doing it within the plugin. We've learned a lot about how to set up supplying agencies as we've done this, and some of the pitfalls and some of the things that partners want. And then we'd also like to allow migrating requests between ILL and purchase suggestions, so that a lot of places have been using purchase suggestions and then have like a custom status for ILLs. And so being able to move that into the ILL would be really helpful for some of our partners. Does anyone have any questions? This was supposed to be a GIF, but I forgot that I exported it as a PDF. So it's the like confused math lady GIF, but with one of my pet rats. Okay.
Thanks a lot. We'll continue with the next talk with Valerie. I have to find my Valerie Burnett. She's with Bywater. Hold on here. And she's gonna talk about indexes. Reality versus the search index. Valerie Burnett, Data and Migration Librarian at Bywater Solution. Valerie.
Hello, everybody. Am I audible? Can we put it up a little? Yeah, I don't want to hunch. There, how's that? Sounds good, looks good. Yes, thank you. All right, this is my topic. We are going to talk about search indexes and why they sometimes do not match reality and how that works. And my purpose of this talk is to help make it, my objective is to make search indexes more accessible to librarians who are working on the staff client and help librarians understand these problems and how we fix them. So bear with me, I will try and make it interesting. I didn't learn how to do this. Okay. Bonjour, je m'appelle Valérie. Je suis
Hello, my name is Valerie. I am a
en charge
librarian
des données
in
immigration
charge of
avec
data and
Bywater
migration
Solutions.
with
Je
Bywater
vis aux États-Unis,
Solutions. I
mais
am
je suis
based
canadienne.
in the United States,
Je
but I
voudrais
am a
parler français
Canadian.
avec
I
vous,
would
mais
love to
je
speak
dois
French with you,
présenter
but
en
I
anglais.
have to make my presentation in English.
Thank you. So, I am Valerie. I am a data and migration librarian with Bywater Solutions. That means I spend my days working with data when I am migrating a library into Koha, and also I do troubleshooting for libraries when something is gone awry in their data. And I decided to do this topic because we were seeing a lot of tickets about reindexing problems that could be solved by reindexing, and so we're going to talk about that. Well, spoilers, this is what I'm going to talk about, and it really is mostly reindexing 101, I hope. So, for this slide, I took a picture of the index of one of my cookbooks because I want to make the comparison between Koha search indexes and a book index, which I think is something that we all understand. I'm starting with taxonomy, and I don't know if this is going to be translated very much, but very well. When we at Bywater are talking about the process of rebuilding the search index, we use the words rebuild and reindex interchangeably. And of course, we didn't even notice this until a new employee was like, which is it? Is it a rebuild or a reindex? And frankly, both those terms are used interchangeably to describe the process of rebuilding the search indexes. My intent was to tell you that the proper word is reindex because rebuild means something else, but I pulled out the scripts and I am wrong. The proper term, according to the name of the scripts, is rebuild. You will rebuild your zebra indexes or your Elasticsearch indexes, depending on what your catalog is running on. There is also batch rebuild bibliotables, which is what I was thinking was the actual rebuild. But if someone wants their bibliotables rebuilt, they will say, please rebuild my bibliotables. If they want rebuild of their search index, they could say, please, I want to rebuild or a reindex. And we might use both those words in the same sentence. So as I'm talking about reindexing, I'm going to pause and explain rebuild tables. And again, I'm hoping to help make this more accessible for librarians. So my colleagues probably know all this, so the support colleagues, but I'm hoping to make this more accessible to librarians. So the script batch rebuild bibliotables is something we use specifically after someone changes their Koha to MARC mapping. Simple, right? So I'm going to divert and just explain what that means. So Koha to MARC mapping is available on the administration page for those with access in the staff client. One of my colleagues, when I was practicing with her, noted that she really thinks it should be MARC to Koha mapping, which I agree, but it is Koha to MARC mapping and it's not going to change. So on the page for Koha to MARC mapping, it does say, if you make any change to these mappings, you must ask your administrator to run rebuild bibliotables. So why would somebody change their Koha to MARC mapping? That is something that you really wouldn't do very often, and I'm sure there's plenty of librarians that have never had to do this. But a ticket that we got recently, I looked at it to see why we were rebuilding the bibliotables. And our partner library had sent their bibs out to a third party and gotten them all updated to RDA format. And when the bibs came back and were loaded, they found that their copyright date was in a new MARC field. The librarians at this library were running reports that reported on copyright date, and they were finding that their reports were all not working anymore because copyright date had moved to a new field. So they had to go into their mapping and map biblio.copyright date to, I think it was the 264C? I don't know, I can't see my notes, so thank you. And so once they do that, then we rebuild the bibliotables, and that properly populates things with the new mapping. So that's rebuild bibliotables. And as promised, I'm also going to touch on the touch all scripts. These are another back-end script, and I've put both touch all biblios and touch all items up, but really I only ever use touch all biblios, and I asked my colleagues, when would you use touch all items? And they're like, we just use touch all biblios. So the touch all script is something that goes to each record in the catalog. It opens it and saves it. And it does that for any records that it's operating on. By opening and saving the record, it forces Koha to do the things it normally does when it saves a record. So it could be that when you save it, it might get rid of a diacritic that has gone bad, or if you've been cleaning up bad data and your MARC tables are all in disarray, by saving it, you will realign your MARC tables. And also, importantly, when you save it, it forces the indexes to update. So the great thing about touch all biblios is that it can be run on a defined set. So you can just run it on one biblio number, a set of biblio numbers. You can put it on a branch, or really any SQL query that you can define, so items and so touch all biblios is an excellent plan B for updating search indexes. All right, now we're going to move on to the search indexes. Now, I mentioned that we get sometimes we get tickets related to search indexes. And I do want to emphasize this doesn't happen a lot, which is why it is confusing when it does happen. But some of the situations that come to us are, let's say a librarian was deleting records. Then later they do a search and they realize their records are still there, but they deleted them. So they click on them and it says this record doesn't exist, but they go back and search and it's there. So does it exist or doesn't it? which is very confusing. And quite similarly, you can have a librarian adding new records in their acquisitions module, and then later they go to look up that record because they want to do something with it, but it's not there. And they're like, no, I added that. So you go back to the acquisitions module, and you can see it's there. So you're like, okay, I did add it. But then you go back and search for it, and it's not there. So these are some of the things that indicate that your search indexes aren't quite in touch with reality. And I would like to suggest, or make it clear that when you are searching your database in Koha, you are not going through it record by record to find things. When you are searching in Koha, you are looking at the index, just like you are in a book. And so Koha maintains an index, and it has a little reindexer that's running around doing things, and usually it works, but now and then it doesn't. So if I was to take my bird book, and I am done with ferruginous hawks, so I'm just going to rip it out. But a family member picks up my bird book and is like, okay, well, let's look at the ferruginous hawks. They could go to that page, but it's not there anymore. And let's just keep going with this metaphor. I'm going to add the pretty birds to my bird book. And I've stuffed it in, and I tell my family, well, the bird book will tell you all about pretty birds, but it won't be in the index. And this is really what's happening when you search, and dang it, your deleted things are still there, or your new things are not there. Or you've updated 30,000 call numbers, and then when you search, they don't look updated, because in the search, however your catalog is designed to show you search results, they might not reflect reality. So why does this happen? And again, I would like to emphasize that this is not a highly common problem, which again is why it's confusing when it happens. And I asked Liz, our director of systems, if she could give me a very an easy explanation for why sometimes the search indexes don't match the actual reality, and her answer was bugs. She said bugs. So these bugs need to hide from Katrine. So sometimes updates to the code in Koha messes with something in a totally unexpected way, and all of a sudden the reindexer is struggling. It can also happen that a whole bunch of changes have happened, and the reindexer is chugging along, but it just can't keep up. And if you give it an hour or overnight, it'll get there. It can also happen that the reindexer has encountered a record that was imported with the wrong encoding. It has met some really nasty diacritics, and it's just done, like done. Also, it can happen when your background jobs get overwhelmed. Either your background jobs are slow or stuck. So these are all things that can cause your search indices to not quite match with reality. So I'm going to talk about how we fix it. I'm going to start with how we fix it on the back end. These are not solutions that are available to librarians who are working on the staff client, but it's a little peek behind the curtain. So I did show these scripts before. These are the actual scripts that we run when your search index doesn't match reality. But the thing about these scripts is they are literally going through your database record by record and updating the index. So it is going through each one, updating the index. So depending on the size of your collection, they can be a lengthy process, and they can be very resource intensive. When we at Bywater run a rebuild, we do it overnight, because this resource-intensive script can disrupt searching, so librarians and patrons alike can have bad searches. And it can also disrupt cataloging or other daily activities. So we always run it overnight and let it do its thing. Now, I did promise we would also talk about ghost busting. This is a process we developed earlier this year at a time when there was a bug that was causing a lot of hauntings of the catalogs. Librarians were deleting things and they were not going away. And at the time, we were getting several, and we didn't want to re-index everybody's catalog overnight every time this happened. As, like I said, it's very resource intensive, and it could, like if we're running lots of re-indexes, it could cause problems that spill over into the day. So we developed a procedure to deal with these hauntings on a case-by-case basis, and we ran the compare ES to DB script. That means compare Elasticsearch to database, and that would tell us about biblio numbers that were in the search index, but not in the database. And this only works for Elasticsearch. It does not work for Zebra Search. Once we have those numbers, we were doing a very delicate operation where we go into the Elasticsearch index and just delete those. So it's careful, deliberate action, but the thing was that it allowed us to do it quickly. When a partner reported a problem, we didn't have to say, well, we'll run a reindex tonight and check and see tomorrow if it worked. We can just go right in, make that change, and they're ready to go. So now let's look at how this looks for librarians working on the staff client. The first thing I want to share is that if you are on Elasticsearch, then you can get information if you think that your search indexes are imperfect. So on the Koha About Koha page, there is a System Information tab, and if things are not quite right with Elasticsearch, it'll tell you, and it's right there. And so if you're thinking things are a little off, you can go right there and check. Now, I'm also going to note while I'm doing this that if you guys are going to all go to your About Koha page and say, oh my God, it's impossible to connect to the message broker, and it says right there, contact your system administrator. You don't have to. This error is a nothing burger, and it refers to a procedure that is deprecated, and we just always ignore that. And one of these days, it'll go away, but you know, our developers are working on more urgent things, and the time to get rid of a nothing burger hasn't happened yet. So if you go look at your About Koha page, don't worry if you can't connect to your message broker. You're all good. So I just showed you how you can see that something is wrong with Elastic. Things aren't quite matching up. But there is nothing currently that a librarian can do about that. I would like to change that. I would love to see a button on that page that you push it, go boop, and it fixes those problems. Instead of having to say, hey, system administrator, fix our indexes. So I am showing you our development page at Bywater. And this is a page that is hosted by Bywater, but is available to all members of the Koha community. And on our development crowdfunding page are developments that are requested by the community. And libraries that want to see these developments move forward can fund them, or they can offer just a little bit of money. And on that page is compare Elasticsearch to database should offer a way to fix discrepancies. And if you're interested in seeing that yourself, it's on devs.bywatersolutions.com. And so this is I was going to read this. This development would allow for the comparison tool to do a targeted indexing of unindexed records, as well as comparing and removing indexes for records that no longer exist. So this is a development we would love to see in the future. It's not a very sexy development. If you're excited about it, I can just see how fun it would be trying to tell your board of directors, we want to fund a button about re-indexing. However, I think it would be a really great development for Koha, and it would empower librarians to see a problem and address it right on the spot. And again, if you're interested, it's at devs.bywatersolutions.com. So the other thing that librarians can do in the staff client is not a batch fix, but it is a record-by-record fix. Now, earlier in my presentation, I mentioned how the touch-all biblios opens a record and saves it, forcing a reindex. You can do that yourself on a record just by opening it, and then you save it. And that will force a reindex. So, I don't know, you've just uploaded some records, and they're not there, and your board of directors is coming, and you need to show them that you ordered their requests. You can go in and manually force a reindex of that record. And if it didn't work, then you got some bad data in there, and you're going to have to talk to your system administrator. Okay, so throughout my presentation, I have been referencing different scripts. These are all community scripts that are available through the back end in Koha, and I just put them all in one place in case somebody wants to find them later. They're all on the same slide. All right, that is my presentation. It is now time for questions, comments, anecdotes, or Ghostbuster dance-offs.
I just have two quick questions. First of all, when you say re-index, how long should we be giving it for that re-index to take place on, particularly with the record-by-record ones?
So if we were going to run a re-index on your catalog, gosh, I think I could start it before midnight and it would be done before the next business day.
Okay, and for like the single bib record edits, are those instant?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you just open it, save it, and that just forces it to update the index as it saves it.
Okay, and also very important, where did the bird pictures come from?
Thank you. The bird pictures are from my yard in Salt Lake City, Utah. I have two of those bird cameras that will feed the birds and take pictures, and these are all my visitors. So. Ooh.
I just had a slight clarification. While the message on the About page is a nothing burger and you do not need to worry about the message broker is not going away. We just don't currently use it. That's RabbitMQ, and a lot of the libraries out there just don't use it, and it gives you an error if you don't use it. But it is, the community is having a discussion about how to handle that. So it's, yeah, nothing burger, but it's not deprecated. It does still work.
Thank you, Nick. I don't know if that was heard on YouTube or not, but I was a little off when I talked about the impossible to connect to message broker. It is a nothing burger, but it is not going away. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you very much, Valerie.
Thank you. Ooh, I'm so excited to have one of these. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the last presentation this morning, it will be with Bob Benhoff. There's some people I did a small interview before the KohaCon. Valerie was one of them. I had time to do the post of our conversation online. I did one also with Bob, but I didn't have time to do the montage and send them on the website, on the social media, but I will do that. So Bob Benoff is the Aspen Cat Services Manager at Colorado Library Consortia, and he will talk about that consortia. It's really amazing. I really like that. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Thank you. So what I'm going to primarily talk about today is how Koha makes my consortia work, which has a lot of different needs. So I'll get into all those different needs and how Koha makes that possible, because I think we're pretty unique in the whole world in all the different types of libraries we pull together. So real quick, who am I? I've been doing this job for a little bit over 12 years, been a librarian for a bit longer than that. This year I'm the Koha US president. My reign of terror will be ending in a few months. I also, there's some travel photos, one in a different French-speaking city, one of me canoeing, and then me getting started with my fascination of beer early with my father, and then making a weird face for some reason drinking a beer more recently. I work for the Colorado Library Consortium, and we do a lot of different things that aren't Aspen Cat. So we are a nonprofit that receives funding through the state, as well as gets funding from fees for services. And we provide services all to all Colorado libraries, essentially. We replaced a regional system network that was 7 different regional systems, and now we are just one regional system for the whole state, essentially. And so some of the other things we do are the courier, statewide courier, cooperative purchases, so like databases, those type of things, other smaller purchases like that to get discounts for libraries. Put on a few educational events. Usually those are targeting rural libraries. The larger library districts that are better funded tend to be able to do that themselves, so we try to get education out to those. Same with our consulting services. We don't need to go and tell the library system in Denver that they need to weed. They probably have a handle on that, but when we're dealing with small rural communities, and the librarians there don't have a frame of reference or experience working in libraries, that is always the advice we give. We can always go in and look at a collection and say, yeah, you probably do need to weed a bit. So we do various other things. And then Aspen Cat, what we're going to talk more about today. So there's a map with all the Aspen Cat libraries. The blue are public libraries, yellow are school libraries, pink community colleges, green special libraries, and then purple are our Department of Correction prison libraries. And that also includes one mental health library that's part of that network. So we have 162 different libraries. So none of them are that big, but it's a pretty big network that we bring together. We have 3 people, including myself, working full-time to run this whole thing. So Ben and John are back in Colorado taking care of things while I'm here. And we do use 2 different servers because the security needs of the prison libraries are a bit different. So we have to have them on a separate server. And then most of our libraries do participate in resource sharing, but not all of them do for various reasons, like they're a teeny school or they're in a part of Colorado where the courier cannot get to them, and so they're just too isolated. So the goals of Aspen Cat are really my goals. These are my personal goals here, is to provide a first-class software experience that they can actually afford. And I think in a lot of cases, like where I live in a suburban county near Denver, and they're still using Horizon for reasons that pass understanding. And Koha is so much better than that, so it makes me feel good that libraries with minuscule budgets are able to get access to software that the well-funded suburban library district that that is my personal library, they don't even have access to. Another thing we really try to do is provide them with support. I'll show you in a second all the libraries that we've migrated since I started. And one of the common themes was they could not get vendors to get back to them and support those products. So providing quick, accurate responses really allows them to focus on the work they need to do to make their communities better. And so that's an unlisted goal, but ultimately all this is about allowing these libraries to make their communities better. And then one of the other things we offer is on-demand training. So if somebody needs to brush up on cataloging or needs to understand how reports work, we will schedule a session. That is all part of being a member library. There's no additional cost to any of that support. And then these libraries are often isolated, so getting them involved in a wider library community is huge. You can start to see those conversations that they have when they're connected with other libraries, where they start to have more awareness of best practices and aren't so alone and just really guessing what the best way to do things is. They actually are connecting with other libraries and other library professionals and are able to better make decisions that fit their community. So here's our growth chart. So I got hired kind of back towards the beginning, not too long after things started. We had a big spike when an auto graphics consortia just sort of fell apart. They had a situation where the person running it no longer lived in the state, and that was, they were living in Washington State and doing this like a few hours a week and trying to provide support for like 35 libraries. So we actually spent an entire summer migrating like 10 libraries at a time, which was a pretty crazy project to get them connected. And their auto graphics consortia, they didn't do any resource sharing or really any talking to each other. So even though they were part of a group, we were able to get them, again, better software, more support, and get them into a community. And then it's been pretty steady growth, but the Colorado Department of Corrections migration, it was that other spike that we had when we brought over 20 prison libraries all at once on that separate server. And we're at the point right now where back in the early days, I used to cold call libraries that seemed like they might be a good fit, and anymore, we definitely don't do that. I always tell libraries that, I'm not selling anything, because if we migrate you, it's a significant amount of work for me, and I get paid nothing, no money additionally. So that actually helps with that sale pitch. But we get contacted pretty regularly with libraries that are interested in joining. We've migrated probably most of the publics that are about the size that are a good fit for us, but there's a real untapped giant of just lots of schools that could benefit from this. But schools are they're a little tough because there's a high turnover rate and they just don't have a lot of resources to put time into the library. So in some cases, we might be overkill for what their needs are. So here are a few stats and a few pictures of our 3 libraries that have Carnegie buildings. Unfortunately, not all of our libraries are these beautiful old buildings, but these are some good examples of them. Yeah, we have over 680,000 records, and then items were well over that 1.5 million. But our average library still has just about 12,000 records, so not too huge. Our biggest library with Canyon City, which is the library on the far right, they only have 55 810 as their number of records. And then our very smallest, we have, the Colorado State Library has a collection mostly of book kits that get distributed through the state. So we provide the ILS for them, and so that's a pretty small collection. But I was looking through this, and just as a relief to the Bywater folks about how much we cover, we have a ticketing system ourselves, and yeah, over 2,000 tickets created, and in that same time, this was in the past year, and in that same time, we've created 132 tickets with Bywater, so we do take the bulk of that support and then try to only involve Bywater when we're completely stumped or it's something we don't have access to. So here are some examples of some differing needs. First off, Colorado is a local control state, and what that means is that libraries, as much as possible, control how they run their library, which is a good thing. It's not centralized. There are some library laws in Colorado that need to be followed, but it's pretty minimal. And libraries are on their own to decide what's best for their community. And that leads to everyone wanting different circulation rules, all the different item types, shelving locations, collection codes, additional attributes, and patron categories, where that if we were a consortia that already existed, thinking back to like Jason's presentation where they have a group that's pretty established and maybe they add a few people here and there, they've done a better job setting like, okay, well, if you come into the consortia, these are the rules you follow. And we kind of have been, part of the reason we've been able to grow as much as we have is we've said, we'll do whatever you want within our capabilities. And in good and bad ways, Koha lets us do pretty much whatever we want. So we can set up really customized setups for each of these libraries. Academic libraries, one thing they use is reserves that others don't use. School libraries really like to have reports filtered by graduation year. So we set up that attribute and then build that into the reports. The Colorado Parks and Wildlife Special Library has lots of PDFs, not so much physical materials. So in that case, we actually leverage Aspen Discovery to deal with that more than we do Koha in that example. And then public libraries, we have a mix of standalone and multi-branch. But in the picture, we have right now and ever-growing 415 different shelving locations that you can choose from. So it's very helpful to have those be branch limited where you can only show those libraries what they need. And then I've got some of the library groupings. When we joined Community Koha, we put some money into further developing library groups a bit so we could get some of that functionality of a consortia within a consortia. So that's an example of one of our setups. So the one thing I didn't mention yet, because they're just way different, is the prison libraries. And that first picture up top is the Buena Vista Correctional Facility, which they have a regular prison, and then on the other side is the minimum security prison. And when I was going over there to train, I made the mistake of going to the minimum security side and just walked up to the gate, and they let me in without saying anything, opened a very slow-moving gate. A series of slow-moving gates. I ambled in, looked around. It was pretty clear I was in the wrong space there, but I was now inside a prison yard, which was a little disconcerting, and then turned around and go, I sure hope they ask me the same amount of questions heading out that they did on the way in. And I was delighted to see that gate slowly open, the series of gates, and they, but it just, shows you that if you walk in with with some pieces of paper and look official and look confident, they'll pretty much let you in anywhere. But some of the unique needs of the prison systems, number one is security concerns. We have to do all sorts of stuff to suppress information, not just who might be getting a book, but where it might be going, because there's always opportunities for contraband to get set up, to get moved from one place to another if people actually know where things are going in a consistent way. And the one thing that this whole experience has shown me is that these inmates are very clever, many of them, and have a lot of time on their hands. So if you have holes in your system, they will find them. We've had a few experiences like that where we've discovered after the fact we didn't think of everything. So we've had to shut certain things down and work extra hard to be aware of potential security issues. They also don't do email. In some cases, they don't even have access to a catalog. So I was just talking to Kyle a minute ago about a printed catalog plugin that he's been developing for us, so we can actually print out something that they can hand out to those that don't have any access to internet. And then we're working on a way to get emails to, not emails, but notices to be printed to prisoners since they can't receive them via email. The other thing that happens is they move around a lot. There's actually a complex algorithm that decides on a variety of different factors who goes where. And I guess the analogy would be there's a little bit like the floating collections. Sometimes they have to rebalance, and they have this algorithm that they run and say, okay, these people need to move somewhere else. So we've done some things with the address just to rename them into that pod, day hall, tier, and room, so we can use that to actually identify where they are. And then we use a nightly FTP load of patrons to make sure that every morning they are where they are supposed to be. What used to happen at these libraries is they had to look into systems. They would see in their ILS, they would see where the ILS said they were, and then they would have to double check to see if they were actually in that same room or tier, but in some cases they had been moved to a facility on the other end of the state. And then there's a lot of high turnover for clerks, so we do things. There's a batch patron modifier that allows us to quickly control permissions, and so when we are adding new clerks or new staff members, we're able to pretty quickly do that and assign them consistent permissions. So there's a lot of interesting ways that we're using Koha to make all of this work. And the last thing I'll say about the prisons is there's not an ILS that's designed for the prison library environment. So we're trying our best to make Koha that, because of Koha's flexibility and then ability to develop. That's our hope, is that we can actually provide, just like those other libraries, provide a software experience that meets their needs when none has really existed before that has that design in there. Another big thing we run into is, because of all the different ways we do things, is resource sharing can be a huge headache. And one of those things is reciprocal borrowing. We have some libraries that do not want to part with their DVDs. So we say we can accommodate that, but we also don't want them checking out all the DVDs from other libraries, because it's just not fair. So we have to enforce that somehow, and this is another thing that Kyle had worked on before, where we have the advanced, we use branch transfer limits and the advanced editor I have circled. And what you're seeing in the upper right-hand corner is just a small sample of what that looks like. But if you can think of, on each axis, those libraries going for over 100 horizontally and over 100 down, and creating that grid, and then you have to do that for every item type. That is how we manage that. So it's one of those things where, thanks to Kyle for developing this thing that makes it work, but also curses to Kyle, because now I can't just tell people that we can't enforce reciprocal borrowing, so they actually have to share their DVDs. School libraries also, you know, they don't go to school in the summer, so we have to figure out ways to turn off their lending temporarily. So that's another component we have to deal with. And then the branch transfer limits are managing that need we have where we can't look both at the owning library hold and circ rules and also the requesting library hold and circ rules. So this is where those branch transfer limits come in to remove those pickup locations as possibilities in those situations. So here's a little bit about how our funding works. We do have a subsidy. That's one of the reasons why we can offer things low. One of the key things is if we weren't on Koha, I don't know that any of this math would work. So that's important to note. But we charge our pricing based on number of bibliographic records. And that may not be the best way to look at this, but we don't want to ever look at it as number of tickets submitted or anything like that, or what help they need. We definitely have smaller libraries that have more needs, or at least are communicating those needs. One of our great challenges is convincing very nice librarians in small towns that we are actually ready and willing to answer their questions and that they should ask them when they have them. So that's not always match up with the number of bibliographic records, but that's how we do it. We also include some other software, Aspen Discovery I mentioned earlier. We have a cloud library ebook collection, and they do contribute, at least the heavy users, they do contribute some money to purchase new books through a pledge that we do every year. Easy Proxy, and then Sky River Cataloging is a III competitor to OCLC Cataloging, and that one is actually pretty huge because most of these libraries have not been connected to a way where they can do easy copy cataloging, and they're also not trained catalogers. So when we migrate a record, we get some interesting stuff in, partly because the system doesn't connect to other things, partly because they don't know what they're doing, and there's some system limitations. So we just migrated a school, and it seems like they tapped a member in the community to do each call number, because you cannot find a consistent thread in any call number from one to another. So we're working to try to make that a bit more consistent. But our subsidy has lessened quite a bit over time as we've added libraries, and we've been able to increase our staff size that support this as well. So right now it's about $100,000 that we're subsidizing, and most of that comes from the costs of staff. When I started, before you even looked at staff, the Aspen Cat libraries were not covering the cost of the software. So through growth, we've made this a lot more stable. And if there were to be some issue with our funding or something like that, we're in a position where we could definitely move forward. It's not the house of cards it once was. So it's just a real testament to libraries coming together, sharing their resources, and being better for it. And then you can see in the other one, most of our money does go to support. And that's why I mentioned if we were using a software that cost way more money, all this would fall apart, because most of our money comes for the staff that support it, not the actual software itself. So we have a few other customizations that we do, and there's just a smattering of examples up there. In the notices and slips on the right, that's our courier code slip that we've got programmed in there so it automatically prints. We have a number of libraries that have very similar names. We have a Dolores County and a Dolores Public Library. Dolores Public Library is in the town of Dolores, which is not in the county Dolores. So there's that. There's a Kiowa public library that is also not in Kiowa County, nowhere close to Kiowa County. So the Kiowa County Library, all this ends up meaning what we care about to get things where they're supposed to go is that little C and then the number. That's what we need to get right. And when you rely on people to look this stuff up, they often look up the wrong thing pretty consistently, actually. So that's been a huge help with that. And we've got some code here that shows at least part of the template toolkit that we're using to determine that. And this also works with with Lizette's presentation, the ILL. We are also connected to InReach, and so we're able to pull out and create a courier slip to non-AspenCat libraries as well, so they can send those things without having to look those libraries up. In reports, we do a thing where we have many, many reports, and some of are custom, but most of our reports we try to have it so it has that drop down and you can select your own library. And that makes it a lot easier to manage because the database changes, reports can break over time, or we just find better ways of doing things, and that way we don't have to update a report for every single library that is unique to them. We can just use that drop-down menu and serve everybody at the same time. And then I mentioned that ILL to InReach plugin. This is a little sample of kind of what it looks like, a list of the, in this case, these are the libraries that are making requests that are outside our system. And that's relatively new that we've been able to do that, and it's really expanded our ability to get, again, think of a collection, a library with a collection with just a bit over 12,000 items. They have access to over 1 million items within AspenCat, and then way more than that when they connect to the statewide prospector system through InReach. So it really unlocks a lot of doors for those communities to get just about anything they need. A little bit about our communication strategy, because that's just hugely important to be as communicative with this many libraries and as transparent as we can. I just think that's huge. So a ticketing system, we use a product called Live Agent, and that up in the right is an example of a ticket that someone submitted recently. So we get lots of those every day, and we answer those questions or perform what they ask. In this case, I think they wanted a batch delete, and we could turn on the tool and have them do that, but I like it a lot better when if somebody screws up something and batch deletes a bunch of stuff they weren't supposed to, that it's my fault and not some library's fault when they delete a bunch of somebody else's records. So we try to do most of those things ourselves. We also have an email listserv. We do bi-monthly meetings with a virtual user group, and that's a screenshot of our most recent one earlier this month. And then we have an annual virtual conference that this year will be at the end of October. So the moment I get back home, that's what I'm working on. And then finally, how does Koha make this all work? I was chatting with Martin in the break a little bit, and we were talking a little bit about this. Because it's not designed, it's kind of infinitely configurable, and there are good and bad things to that. But there's no way a proprietary system would ever design an ILS to use it the way that we use it. That would never happen, and nor should it. We're always trying to do unique things and push the software as far as possible, and you just can't do that with other types of software. So we benefit from that. I've mentioned a few times costs being lower. The development model is huge, giving libraries a voice. So even if it's not necessarily a development we're funding, we have the ability to be part of that conversation and have our community knowledge is really huge. I mentioned being the president of Koha US, so that's just the US organization. I've talked to the Swedish users group to kind of share with them, talk with them about what they're doing, and I know there's other groups all over the place. We heard a presentation yesterday about the French users group. So all those things really add to that community and just open us up to knowledge and ideas that are huge. So ultimately, my conclusion would be that it's really the people who use Koha that make it great and make it work all over the world, and whether it's the people that get paid to help us and do all these things, or the people that don't get paid to help us and have helped us along the way, it really is a great community effort. And as much as the software itself, you can't really separate the software from the community, I don't think. The reason the software works the way it does is because of the community, so that's what makes it work. And I did want this top picture is the rest of the Click staff that I work with, all of which in some way, even though there's just 3 of us that work on AspenCat exclusively, everybody helps in some way. And then this was the picture we took at the Portsmouth conference, not this most recent one in Round Rock, Texas, but the one the year before. So with that, does anybody have any questions?
Hi, I was wondering if you could talk a bit about cataloging. Are every 162, I believe, libraries are able to add a new record? Are there new rules or any stuff like that?
Yeah, that's another one where ideally, if we were trying to design this in the smartest way possible, we might do more centralized catalog, but because it's really come together the way it has, we instead try to focus on giving catalogers training and easy to follow guides for copy cataloging, and provide a tool like Sky River where they can just import a record. Just by being on a larger database, a lot of times the record's already in there, so that helps right there. So the vast majority of what they need to do is just copy cataloging. And then we have a few things, like I actually have set our own database as one of our Z3950 targets as just another reminder that if you and it defaults to that search, that if you see it in there, you've missed step 1, which is to check if it's already in the catalog. So we just do a few things like that to try to make it as easy as possible, because we just know we're not going to get experienced catalogers in, and there's often pretty high turnover in those positions. So it's just always trying to provide training tools and keep things as simple as possible, and then deal with those exceptions.
Thank you.
Sure.
Hi, so totally different field. You mentioned that you had to, sometimes you had to push librarians to ask their questions because they were a bit shy about it. Has it been your experience, well, what has been your experience regarding questions or tickets that you get from your user base? Would you say that it's pretty spread across all libraries, or that you get most requests from a small number of libraries?
I mean, it's pretty spread. A lot of the smaller schools we just don't hear from. They're usually in the library. They're the librarian, not because they were hired to be a librarian, but because their office happens to be in the library, and they maybe only have 1 or 2 hours a week to work on it. So we just know that we're going to get sparse communication from them. So we try to do things like, in those situations, like use the Koha self-checkout, stuff like that, to keep things running as smoothly as possible, with knowing that there's not going to be somebody that's going to be in there a whole lot. And then we get all sorts of questions. Some of them are, like I said, just simple, like, can you do this thing? And then some of them are like alarming that something is completely not broken and it's been months and they've not been functional. And because there was like a change to our one update, there was like something that happened to our barcode prefixer where it stopped reading certain barcodes all of a sudden, and I was shocked that people didn't immediately ask, hey, can you look at this? So sometimes there's those type of things where there's like a serious functional thing that we can try to fix, and they haven't necessarily reached out to us. So it's almost the comfort level they have with us. So a lot of what I try to do is build, when I have the opportunities to speak with them, is make them feel like they can ask me a question. So when those situations do come up, they'll ask anything. And then not ever, if it's a question that has an easy answer, still thanking them for asking it so they don't think they've asked something that's dumb or not important or not making them feel belittled for having asked a really easy question. I think that's pretty key too.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Hello. You mentioned Colorado is a local control state at the beginning of your presentation. Do you think more regulations and uniformity would benefit the members of your consortium, or no? It's.
I mean, there are upsides and downsides to it. So yeah, it would. Well, I think in a lot of cases, more uniformity would make my life easier, but it wouldn't necessarily allow the libraries to have the same flexibility to make decisions that they think are best for their community. And in some cases, some of the things they want to do are just because they want to do it. It's not necessarily that, like the amount of renewals or something like that they set their circ rules at may not be critical to the functioning of their library, but they just really want to do it that way. And in some cases, yeah, they actually have unique needs that need to be addressed. So the way we approach it is that whether it's something I think is a great idea or something that I think is just doesn't matter a whole lot, is we treat it the same way. We just try to respect that they know what they need to be doing in their community, and just try to provide them with that. So it becomes more of a me problem than a problem for them, which I'm more than willing to live with.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
I'm working with a library at the moment who are looking to move system potentially over to Koha, and they've got many libraries in their system that would stay together, but they've got one particular branch that they would want the material to be kept hidden from the rest of the library staff. Have you got a similar setup, and how did you manage to do it?
Because we use Aspen, a lot of the hidden stuff we don't necessarily do in Koha. We can just manage that with the Aspen Discovery. But it would be I mean, if we had to do it in the Koha catalog, we could definitely we could definitely at least hide it from the OPAC. I don't think we could effectively hide it from other staff from seeing it.
So that's the question that they've got. They want it hidden from this. So it's a little bit of a tricky one that we've not come across before. So.
Yeah, I don't think the only way that occurs to me that you could have them still participate in the consortia while having stuff hidden would be to put them on a different server and then maybe use the ILL module to link them up. That would work, but yeah, if somebody had a request like that, and that was really important to them, then they probably wouldn't be a good fit for our group. We do face a lot of situations where librarians going from being completely independent to part of a large group, it's an adjustment. And so during that migration process, I really try to prepare them for that thinking. And if they're resource sharing, the scariness of letting things go away to other facilities with the promise that yes, that you can get back more in return if you ask for it. Eventually that adjustment happens and they get used to the new way of doing things.
Okay, that's great. Thanks very much.
Sure.
right, that ends this morning. So it's lunchtime. So you still have on your card the program to see which restaurants are around. So we'll see you in 1:30. So have a nice lunch. Thank you.
1, 2.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch. Yes? Great. All right, so for the next talk, we thought about doing a little bit different, a bit different by giving an overview of what is it to be part of the community, which is a good segue from Bob's presentation. His last slide was talking about the community and the people in it. So we have 3 persons that I'll do a bit an overview with them. I'll be David Lederman, and they will talk about their experience, their journey with the community. So we'll have Alicia Hamoya, sorry. She's technical lead at Catalyst. She came from New Zealand. Marilus Laflamme, she's data analyst and frontline support for InLibro. And Brendan Lawler is a system manager at CLAMS, which is Cape Libraries Automated Material Sharing. So let me welcome them. I will also switch from English to French. Français. Oops. Yeah, okay. So bear with me, the translator. Oh, I think she's not. Elle m'entend pas. Elle n'entend pas ce micro-là. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Toujours pas. 1, 2. Est-ce que vous m'entendez? Non? All right, so we'll start. Maybe you can tell us who you are, which company, what you're doing in your organization. Let's start with Brendan.
My name is Brendan Lawler. I'm the systems manager at CLAMS. We serve 34 libraries across Cape Cod and the islands in Massachusetts. And I don't have a library background, but I started working in 2019, and we were on Sierra, and we recently migrated in February 2023 to Koha, supported by Bywater. So I just want to thank everybody from Bywater, data team, systems team, the education team, and the developers helping us to do that. And yeah.
All right, Alicia.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alicia Ummel here. I am a technical lead in a company called Catalyst IT, which is based in Wellington, New Zealand. And Catalyst is an open source software company, so we have a team that I'm in that looks after libraries and library software, but we are just 5 people of a much bigger company. So I'm really excited to be here. I'm also I don't have a libraries background. Everything I know about libraries I've learned through developing Koha, which I've been doing for over 10 years now.
All right, thank you. Marilus, est-ce que tu peux nous expliquer pour qui tu travailles?
So please tell us who you are and who you work for. I think you already know the answer to this question. My name is Marie-Luce. I work for InLibro. I am an analyst, a data analyst. I mostly do technical support for Koha.
Thank you. We'll start with you, Alicia. Can you talk a little bit about your career so far with the Koha community?
Yeah, sure. So my career with the Koha community started in 2014. I was 15 years old, and I was a student at the Catalyst Open Source Academy. Many of you will know about this if you've been part of the community for a little while. It's a 2-week program that Catalyst runs in our summer holidays for high school students to come to the office and learn about open source software and contribute to open source projects. So high school is, it's typically people aged around 15 to 18 years old. I was on the younger side when I did the academy, and the project I picked as part of the academy was Koha. So my first open source contributions were to Koha. We were, I think the main project at the time was upgrading to Bootstrap 3, so a long time ago, and I also remember looking at unit tests, and that was really just looking at them and deciding not today, because that was way too complicated for me at the time. But I just had so much fun. I don't really know how much we got done in that week, but we had a great time. And I remember talking to developers on IRC and coming back the next day and having comments on my bug reports. And really loving how that felt. So shout out to the community for supporting every single Catalyst Academy, and also shout out to Chris Cormack, who was my mentor then and continues to be my mentor today, and has been a massive part of my career since. So I finished the academy, and then at the end of that year, Catalyst offered me an internship, which turned into a junior developer role part-time while I was still at school. And after I finished university, I became full-time at Catalyst. So I've been at Catalyst the whole time and building Koha the whole time.
Wow, that's amazing. Cool. Brendan, can you explain your way through the Koha community?
Yeah, so I'm very new to Koha since we just migrated. And my first experience getting into Koha, I just wanted to figure out how to get Koha testing Docker to work, and that's a really great tool for learning the system. When your production server has so many system preferences and it has like real world data in it, and it's not something you can easily mess around with, so you can using Koha testing Docker has been great, and I first got involved about a year ago at the Koha US conference in New Hampshire, and Nick and Lucas from Bywater, they helped me to figure out how to sign off on a bug for the first time, and since then I've contributed a few bug fixes, and more recently for 2405, I contributed my first enhancement, and since then, just last month, a second enhancement. So it's just been really great, like Alicia said, getting the feedback from everybody in the community, and just thank you for answering questions on Bugzilla when you're testing things, and it's been great.
Do you know how long you were with Sierra before?
With Sierra?
Sierra, yeah.
So Clams was using Sierra for a long time, and I think before that a different product called Millennium.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there was another one before that I don't really know.
Okay.
But yeah, my first experience with library software was Sierra, and I think the great thing about open source is kind of seeing how the sausage is made, being able to really be part of the process instead of just like asking and then it goes into this black box that you can't really see what happens.
Yeah. So during those time, how many contributions did you had to Sierra?
0.
Of course. Thank you.
Marie-Luce, can you please tell us about your career? Yes, Koha arrived into my life sort of out of coincidence. I was at a point in my career where I didn't know what to do. I was living in Wellington, New Zealand. I was invited to KohaCon in 2010. what a coincidence. So I took part in the conference, and I realized that the people there were so warm and welcoming. The way they shared information was wonderful. I had a great experience, and it sparked an interest for library studies. So a month later, I signed up, university, studied library sciences, and I followed the Koha project from afar. I worked in public libraries in New Zealand and then in Canada when I came back. And in 2019, I saw a job post for Koha, and I thought, wow, what a great opportunity. I sent an email, and I inserted the term KohaCon in my email. I got the job, and I now provide technical support. Seriously, I think that was certainly one of your strengths in your resume, the fact that you had already been part of a KohaCon. Your resume really stood out amongst the others.
No.
We're going to continue with you, Marie-Luce. How would you describe the impact this community has had on your professional life and in your personal life? I would use one word: collaboration. We are often alone, isolated. We are not always able to come up with solutions, but there's always someone there to help you. It's important to have the courage to ask questions, either to your teammates or to the community as a whole. So it's really important to be bold and ask questions. This is a collaborative project. Everyone is here to help each other.
Thank you. Alicia, maybe we can continue with you. What was the most important lesson that you learned through your experience with Koha and the community?
Ooh, most important lesson.
Just one.
Yeah, just one. Just one thing I've learned. Something that I have really enjoyed learning is how at the same time, how different our experiences are, and yet how universal our experiences can be. So to give an example of that, I am, the Indigenous people of New Zealand are Māori, so I'm Māori, and something that has been really special through my journey with Koha is learning how much open source, how much values in open source software overlap with values in the Māori worldview and in many Indigenous cultures. And because of that, those values are embedded in the Koha project around collaboration, around sharing of knowledge, around looking after each other. And those things have also, I've seen them be so prominent in the libraries sector as well. So that's a lesson I've really enjoyed learning, is how much all of this just fits together, the way that Koha is open source and comes from a culture that matches the values that we bring in, that you all bring into your libraries. I think that's really special, and something I've felt quite privileged to watch play out in the libraries that we work with.
Cool. It's really interesting, like, because yesterday during the Wikipedia presentation, we saw that all contribution-based society or organization is all has the same challenge and the same reward also. Yeah, thank you. Brandon, if you had, you're just new to the community, if you had an advice to tell like newcomers about their contribution to the Koha community, what will it be?
So I think one thing, it's a little bit scary to kind of put yourself out there, and it's like a little bit like a risk-taking thing to even just put an idea out there and get feedback, and you're not sure how it's going to be, but it's really the best way to learn and grow. Is to just put yourself out there And the more that you can the more that you can give to the community, the more that you can give to the community, the more that you can get back from it, I think. So it's kind of like the values that Alicia is saying about taking care of each other and the community. It's great.
Yeah. Anything to add, Alicia?
I was just looking at the whole theme for KohaCon, learning and building together. That's always the theme of that's the theme of the whole project. It's how the whole thing got started, and it's the theme that will take us into the future and allow Koha to be sustainable. So, yeah, just really agree with what you just said.
Marie-Luce, if you had advice to give to newcomers, people who are new to Koha, what would they be? Just like my colleagues, I would say that it's important to go for it, but to do it maybe little by little. It can be scary to join a new community. Sometimes there are people who have more technical knowledge than we do. There are different ways to contribute. Some people can work on documentation. People can work on translation for the manual. There's the testing process, which is very important. Sometimes we add new features, and the features have to be tested before being officially integrated into the software. So there are many ways to get involved in the community. You can also just show up at a meeting, listen, share your opinions, help things move forward. And I'm just thinking about this. Maybe I'm going to use Caroline's idea. It's something that she shared when we were preparing for the KohaCon. She said that each person in the community is like a little block of knowledge. Certain people have technical knowledge, others have artistic knowledge and abilities, others work on documentation. We are a community that is building a project together. In Libro, contributions are part of our
onboarding.
Are part of our onboarding system. Our interns, for example, this was Philippe's idea. Our interns, during their first weeks, have to work on community bugs sign-offs. I imagine that other companies do something similar. I think it's a great way to onboard newcomers to the community. It allows them to communicate with others, to get in touch. So I'm sure others do the same.
Alicia, can you share a memorable moment or project within the community?
Yes. One of the memorable projects that I worked on was the first kind of large development project that I was asked to do kind of when I was still a junior. Is one of our libraries, Toi Ohomai Institute of Technology in New Zealand. They needed a recalls feature in Koha, and at the time there were recalls plugins, but there was nothing built in. And so my job was to develop a proof of concept. So this was in 2017. And this is so memorable to me because it took 5 years to get upstream. The version that we finally got upstream was a massive community effort. At that point, we'd also received some sponsorship from Waikato Institute of Technology, which was another polytechnic in New Zealand, and Auckland University of Technology, and they all needed recalls to work differently, and they sponsored different parts of the process, and it still wasn't, the only way to do recalls. So with a lot of help from the community, and I think the bug report has 900 plus comments on it now. So massive community effort, but that is easily the most memorable project for me, and it is, I learned so much through that process, and even just being able to work with these 3 different libraries and seeing how something like recalls can look so different. It was really important for me as a developer to have that experience too.
Cool, thank you. Brendan, I guess your most memorable is the switch to Koha?
Yeah, and my most memorable thing, I think, will be the first enhancement that I contributed, which is to add multi-select parameters to the Koha reports. And so in my job, I have to do a lot of report writing for our libraries. And so this is something that I needed practically. And I basically looked through the history of Bugzilla and found some patches that Nick had written that did adding an all option and then another one to add a list option. And I basically kind of smashed them together into a new enhancement. So it's kind of like reminds me of what Bob said in his presentation about the prison inmates, where they get really clever with figuring out ways to manipulate the system to their advantage. So it's kind of like looking into Koha can teach you ways of like thinking laterally and learning new techniques, and looking at other things that have been done in the past can help you to figure out how to solve a new problem that you approach.
Interesting.
I'm going to continue with you, Marie-Luce. Can you please tell us about a memorable moment throughout in your career? I'm not sure what to say. I was a little bit scared with Git. I never studied IT, so I'm getting familiar with it. I'm trying to get increasingly involved at trying to answer the questions that we receive in the community. Things are easier now with the Mattermost forum. It's a great communications channel. I try to be faster in the answers I give to the Koha users. If I were to ask you to tell us of an inspiration, what was a source of inspiration in your journey? That's a great question. When I look at the members of the community, I see so many passionate, committed people. So I draw inspiration from all the joint efforts that go into the development of the software.
Bob, any
Thank you.
inspiration from the Koha community?
I think, I'm just amazed at like the amount of work that everybody is doing, and also like for people like Alicia who have been doing this for such a long, like consistently for a sustained amount of time. It's so cool to see people passionate about what they're doing and working so hard. And like Marie-Luce said, like being so speedy and staying on top of doing this. And like when I see the work that Katrin does as the release manager, it's really inspiring.
Good, thank you. And Alicia, something to add about that? Well, you probably be inspired by Chris.
Yeah,
I guess.
Yeah, he's very close to us, being in Wellington, so it's easy to be inspired by him. But his genuine belief in this project and the impact it has, and he's told us so many stories about how Koha first started, and he said that it started with him sitting down in Horowhenua libraries and watching librarians work, really similar to one of the stories we heard yesterday from Bywater about just observing and understanding workflows and letting that be how things get implemented. That inspires me as a developer all the time, because I don't I don't have a libraries background. I don't know how things are supposed to work, but you all do. So actually you inspire me because the way that you do things might not always be the way that I expect, and you know better. So I invite you to inspire all the work that I do. Similarly, the libraries that we work with in New Zealand are so incredible and doing such amazing work around Indigenous knowledge, and I'm really inspired by the passion that they bring. And I'm also really inspired by my team at Catalyst. Everyone, I think this is something that is not news to anyone here, but we all bring so much of ourselves to what we do. You know, we're not just one thing. I'm not just a developer. You're not just a librarian or a systems tech, or you know, you bring your culture and you bring all of the parts of your personality and your identity into what you do. And then we get to build for those things in Koha. One of my colleagues, Te Wainui, Whitaker Park, she has low vision, and so working with someone who depends on platforms and systems to be accessible has really, it forces you to think differently about the world around you and how people interact with it. So yeah, everyone is, every person in this community brings something really important, and it's inspiring.
Cool, thank you. Marilus?
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 Marilus? Of course, working, contributing to the community, it's day-to-day work for us. How do you balance the contribution to the community versus your daily work? I wasn't expecting that question, sorry. Of course, I prioritize, or part of my day will be dedicated to the community, to see what is happening, and also to learn. I read the conversation, and a lot of things are shared that help me discover bugs or fixes that can use in my work. So that I can provide an excellent customer service. So part of my day is dedicated to the community.
Brendan, how do you balance your contribution to the community versus your professional tasks?
So for me, as a systems manager, the priority is just to make sure that everything's running smoothly at the libraries first. But also part of that happening, I need to really learn the system as much as possible. So it's kind of a synergy. I think when I'm testing things or reading the conversations in Mattermost, it's contributing towards my ability to help manage the system. So they kind of complement each other. The more I have real world experience with a real system, then the better I understand how to help other people or contribute something.
Good. Alicia, how do you balance those?
The way that we look after our libraries at Catalyst is that they understand that we work in an upstream first kind of model. So when they have a bug that needs to be fixed or an enhancement or feature that they are willing to sponsor, they know that part of our model is that we start by building it for upstream first, and that's the priority, and then we can backport it for them or make it available to them. But they believe as strongly as we do that the open source project comes first. So I get to work on and contribute to the community when our libraries are sponsoring us to do so. And those are definitely my favorite parts of the day. Sometimes I spend I spend the rest of my time looking at infrastructure, servers and things. Most of our servers are hosted in the Catalyst cloud, so for our New Zealand libraries, that means their data stays onshore, which is really important to us. So my day looks like a mix of things, but when I get to contribute to the community, those are my favorite parts.
Yeah, good. That's nice to know. We're going to continue with you, Brandon. What do you see as the future direction of for Koha, and how do you envision your role in it?
Well, that's a really big question.
By the way, this is my last question. So if you do have some questions for them, for any of them, just ask your question also. So.
One thing that I'm really excited about is the work that I think Martin and Paul are doing with Vue and making it easier to maybe develop something with Vue. I'm really interested in that myself. Just maybe, I'm not sure like what the future will hold, but I'm really excited for all the innovative stuff that's happening.
Cool. I'm sure that there's a lot of things for every type of contribution also. Alicia, how do you see the future of Koha and your contribution?
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I think something I love about being part of this community is that it's not owned by anyone. So even if I had a vision of what the future of Koha could look like, I couldn't make that happen alone. So whatever you think it's going to look like, and if we can agree on something, then we can take it there together. I think it's completely open. I know that our libraries in New Zealand are thinking, and New Zealand and Australia are thinking a lot more about linked data, open data, how we can share, how libraries can share resources, and I'm interested to see where that conversation goes in our community. And I'm also interested in frameworks that that fit better for Indigenous data. So. But I have no idea what that looks like, but it's something, a conversation I'm keeping an eye out for.
Like old philosopher said, life is like a chocolate box. Marilus, how do you see?
Marilus, how do you envision the future of Koha and your involvement in the community? It's an ongoing conversation. We will try to share our ideas and try to improve things. There are so many libraries that have interesting projects that can be shared with the community to try to change some models in Koha, streamline things, and also try to reduce the number of clicks on the platform, namely the acquisition model, but that's another conversation. In my duties, I want to be involved more and maybe do more sign-offs, something that scares me, but I will continue to learn.
Do you have any question for our guests, our panelists? No? All right. Well, thank you very much, first, for being here at KohaCon, to be on stage. That's the first two for some of you. And for your contribution to the community. I think it's really appreciated. Like any contribution is always appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a few minutes before the next presentation. So there's a lot of first here in Koha 2024 and KohaCon. Hold on. Raise your hand if it's your first time in Canada. Good. Raise your hand if it's your first time in Montreal. Who went to Quebec City? Great. It's the first time that we also have a bilingual conference, which was translated real time. Thank you to our translators. Who ate a poutine for the first time? Right. Who ate ketchup chips for the first time? This is really something just in Canada, by the way. Those are the first times for Koha community, for the KohaCon. I'll ask Brendan, are you around? Yeah. To talk about another first that we had this year in the community.
Everyone, is this on? Yeah. I wanted everyone to join in some appreciation and what we call back home a shout out. So Katrin is our first woman RM. And so I would just like to take a moment and everyone enjoy our appreciation for that and also the impact that you've had on Koha for a decade or more. Congratulations.
Woo! For those who are not used to the acronyms, RM is the release manager, so she's the one who's taking new features and then she decided to integrate them in the new version of Koha. So thank you very much, Catherine, for your job. The next talk will be given by our last year organizer of KohaCon, which is, there's a conference, a talk that was canceled by Animot Mesfin. So we're gonna go directly to the one with Andrew Nugd. He's working for the National Library of Finland. He was our host last year in Helsinki. Thank you very much. And please help me welcome him for his presentation about ULRI, Ukrainian Librarian Help and Post-War Restoration Initiative.
Even more sooner than I expected. Yep. Hello everyone from Helsinki, Finland, and from Ukraine partially. I came to cover a few things at once. It was expected that it will be more like Ukrainian Libraries Help and Post-War Restoration Initiative. We have a situation which continues, not that fast that restoration will come, but we're preparing for this. In the same time, many things happened after our Peril and Koha conference in Helsinki. So I have more things to say, to report of my activities of my team, of Finnish team, Ukrainian teams, and some plans and some call to you to join and other audience who will watch these slides and follow. Main topic, it's about Ukrainian Libraries Help and Post-War Restoration Initiative. To give some situational awareness, what happens, like, it's, for example, like August month, summary of number of ballistics and cruising missiles and which flying and falling over the Ukraine, but also those numbers of gliding bombs fallen on frontline cities, but not only on frontline, but even slightly distant cities. It brings actually havoc and destruction, and that's how usually every night in Ukraine happens nowadays, with these bombs and cruising missiles and ballistic missiles and drones flying, falling, being intercepted. This was the most huge attack through all the war. In August 26 this year, it was more than 200 of flying objects in one night. In total, most of them was destroyed. Actually, this to thank for world countries for giving support. It's anyway not possible to withstand that way. Some solution will be found. This situation is complex. It continues, but let's see. But to continue this, for example, September of 2023, this month was just our conference in Helsinki, and when we declared this Ukrainian post-war library restoration initiative, and this pictures depicts like every night, and number of flying objects were intercepted, not actually came, so there is more. And this September of this year, and this just tonight, while we were asleep, Russians threw guided gliding bomb over Kharkiv city, and they destroyed one residential building, but also one bread factory. So this is to understand that situation is complicated, but to conclude Koha-wise and our community-wise interest, so we can say that by physical status, we had in Ukraine more than 15,000 of public libraries, more than 100 academic libraries, up to 100 of special libraries. It's powerful infrastructure, not yet very well formed, but also, as for starting of the war, on 2023, it was more like 600 libraries destroyed, literally. Many libraries on occupied territories lost their collections and equipment, so it's obviously how those libraries looks, you can imagine now. Yes, this is library. It can better it not be yours, but that's what we have. And software situation for last year, but it continues. Most libraries worked on older software, and many of them does not even were digitized. Many of them was on obsolete or Russian-made software, post-Soviet Union applications, which also obsolete, but also impossible to support. There was no central catalog system and no vision towards that, but some movements even before full-scale war started, and Koha started to appear in Ukraine. Few initiative people came to us in Finland because we were the famous Ukrainians in Finland who was on Koha stream. They asked for help, we joined it, and we started with supporting them, with support for them, hints and physical support. We formed up this initiative on past year on Helsinki conference, and what the thing to say is just our goal, looking for those slides which destroyed country, destroyed libraries, and much more problems than just destroyed books. It's lives and whatever, but Anyway, our goal is to apply us as much as possible efficient way to help for Ukraine to get more outcome. So this to say, we are best in library support existence and in Koha. So because Ukraine needs for grants, needs for support and hands and brains to switch to Koha, so we will give this for them, this initiative made for this, and to say what we have. So we have Ukrainian Libraries Association behind us. We already doing some Koha things around, but my goal and goal of this initiative to make Ukraine Koha and open source oriented, an idea to bring benefit for Perl community, for Koha community, obviously, for worldwide community as well. Idea is that we can implement even something new in Ukraine, experiment, port back those software solutions, also help with bigger things like libraries, physical libraries restoration, books exchange. So this is wider than just software topic, but it, because of war still in the middle somehow, we anyway started to act on the field where we can. So me and my Finnish team, we started to support Ukraine conversion to Koha already, and throughout these years, we already converted dozens of servers to Koha. We helped them, some of those old Koha versions, to switch to modern Koha and keep that. We're also trying to involve Koha librarians and people to in Ukraine to give more feedback for Koha community. Actually, what other steps we will keep going, myself and my team, we will continue switching Koha servers. We will increase number of Koha instances in Ukraine. But we also will work, and thanks for Koha Foundation appeared, and we have also some other plans with authorities and with embassies. There is interest on this topic. We will think how we can maybe even globally start to act on Ukraine to make some centralized solution. It's unclear now because it's hard to move towards thinking like post-war. Currently, Ukraine people in state of war, and they need arms, they don't need books right now. But anyway, many efforts to keep culture and education functionality in the Ukraine happens, and I would say people, young people getting their graduations and studying even in bomb shelters. Also idea to do some more even experiments based on Ukraine library system, because if we will start to do that, some changes which will be like starting from scratch, rebuilding library system. What if we can try to implement something very modern, which can be then backported to countries which still on current, decent, but already being slowly obsoleting solutions. So we can try to experiment with BIP frame or whatever before other countries switch to that globally, because we will have like free start. For those who can access this talk, there is a links on past year talk where we have their representatives of Ukrainian Library Association in Helsinki. They still connected. We are daily working with them on Koha migration basis, but there is many requests for bigger things for even for money support, but we will form up this vision more. My request actually for everyone who want to participate, who want to help, is to just go that link which based on our Perl KohaCon.fi site. There is a Ukrainian Libraries Help and Post-War Restoration Initiative page, and there is a web form when you can leave your email, name. I'm asking to be proactive, explain how you can help or how you want to help, but even if you leave just your contact, we will ask ourselves why you sign it in and what you can do. My goal through upcoming years will be to mediate and find connections between people, resources, requests, and possibilities to find the best solution, not only for Ukraine, but also to bring that back for world, I mean, for Koha to benefit, to have some more and modern and bigger solutions for Koha community backwards. Anyway, if we will grow Ukrainian team of Koha users, there will also Perl developers appear, expertise will grow, so it's beneficial for all. This to conclude Ukrainian Help and Post-War Restoration Initiative, but I wanted to upend our other progress. So after conference in Helsinki, and greetings to you all here from Perl and Koha conference, here we have Koha people, which part of us is Perl developers and Koha developers, but also Perl conferences happens in parallel. This will be on another slide to confirm that our Perl and Koha conference in Helsinki succeeded a lot, because my goal was to combine two communities. We have Perl community and Koha community, which actually very similar by development expertise and totally the same software stack. So we are the smaller, I mean, we are as Koha people, Koha developers, we are a smaller part of bigger Perl developers community, but for them we are precious because Perl needs for some flagship products in a pricing trends which Koha now is. So actually my goal was to explain this idea for both communities. Perl community started to realize this, to follow us, and that brought me to this thing, which now Koha Open Source Ambassadors Initiative. It's not for Koha people inside Koha community. This initiative I brought on Perl events for Perl community. I'm proposing for Perl people to even to find nearby library to help us switch them to Koha, and because every Perl community member very interested for Perl expansion, they want to support Perl life, and it's crucial to have some product on which requires Perl and Perl expertise. So idea is to propose for Perl community to help us spread Koha, and then they will have benefit for Perl and even maybe consultancy services later. So this thing is ongoing. I will do a lot of activities throughout next year on this Koha Ambassadors Initiative on all Perl events we will have. And then on social channels, once I will have some feedbacks and people, it's very simple to invite them just to our Mattermost, and we have a lot of expertise and experts who can help and explain how to install Koha, configure Koha for your library, or even start developing open source Koha. So Perl people interested in Koha because they need something to justify Perl existence. And Koha, as I said, uprising, efficient and very required product nowadays. My talk on the same thing was on Las Vegas conference, Perl and Raku conference this summer. I wasn't able to get there physically. It was delays with papers, but I give a talk remotely, so you can check this initiative very well described on that site. This is on YouTube, on their stream. There is also some introduction of myself, of my past, of my Perl hobby, why it came, and why I was once leader of biggest Ukrainian and post-Soviet Union geek community, Palmos and Pocket PCs, which site for it I made in Perl myself from scratch. That was the thing. Meanwhile, we just recently had BIP Frame workshop in Europe, which happened in Helsinki this year. I came there, revealed my initiative. I gave a talk there representing Koha community now, this time there, talking about Koha, that what they think about Koha and BIP Frame, and then getting some connections and influencers, getting acquainted with people in BIP Frame community. They was surprised that Koha revealed interest to them, and I confirmed that I want to be Koha community representative. I made some connections. They going forward to collaborate. Let's see how this will develop further. But that's also part of my initiative and activities I'm doing. Seems it's delayed with loading slides from internet. This was some kind of last slide which not loaded. Can you try reload this page, please? Sorry for this. Okay. Then it was totally older version of slide, this one. But I can say it, you can see the right version of this slide online, at least if it's still on my computer, it will be there in a moment. But after being in this year of Perl events representing Koha, and now on Koha event representing Perl and all our Koha things from Finland and Ukraine, I see much more opportunities for myself to develop further our Perl and Koha communities collaboration by representing Koha myself in Perl community and other open source developers events. Like, for example, I'm planning to visit FOSDEM, where I will be speaking about Koha open source and as flagship product, and there will be probably again this year Perl track, Perl dev room on FOSDEM. So it, of course, will be our place where I will be presenting Koha and all these initiatives I will be speaking. I will speak on FOSDEM with Asian open source community. There was last year some slight interest from Taiwan and Vietnamese people for open source projects, and they say that Koha open source might be interesting for their open source community. I will check how this will develop. I have some discussions with Gulf area people. Also, all Perl events I will be able to participate next year, including German Perl workshop, Perl conference, annual one, biggest one. I will be there on some remotely if possible, and will be representing Koha ambassadorship initiative, Koha community as important part for Perl community to pay attention and support. And also on our Koha events, I will bring feedback from Perl community and communications there. What I want is to become mediator between two communities, uniter of these communities. Also, I'm planning to keep my development efforts with my team for global Koha development, and because we made efficient collaboration with our 17 academic libraries in Finland, and it's a special great thanks for those super librarians who doing a lot, helping us to solve bugs and fill them to Bugzilla and feedback for Koha community. So we have a lot of support from just librarians who helping us to make Koha better. So if you have very well described task, very well reproduction explanation from librarian, from experts, so then as developer it's half of the work done for you. So we managed to train them, teach them how to do that, and they did a lot. So I know that our librarians will be see my talk, so I want to publicly give special thanks for all our customers whose server I'm personally supporting with my small Koha team in Finland. But also big thing what I see that Koha Foundation now becoming main thing into which I should point myself as next growth step and place where I can be a permanent member. As well, I will do the things with Perl Foundation on this basis. So I want to have more Koha in Perl, more Perl in Koha, and stop the war and restore the Ukrainian libraries, by the way. This to loop my talk to the beginning. That's probably all. I want to, anyone who wants to participate, contact me in any possible means. I will try to help you to understand what we can do together. Thank you.
Any question for Andrew?
Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Andrew.
Thank you.
All right. It's now time for a break. So we have a longer break than previously planned. So we'll be back around 3:30. But I remember that in our in the survey that we sent before the KohaCon, one of the points that was mentioned is that we need more time to do some networking. So now it's time for that. So we'll be back around 3:30. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a nice break. We're on our last stretch for the talk section of the KohaCon. So she was already on stage earlier. So Alicia, she's a technical lead at Catalyst. She's from New Zealand, and she's gonna talk about Koha, not your average library system, and I can confirm that. Alicia?
So this first part is going to be in Te Reo Māori. If you're using a headset or listening to the translation and you don't hear a translation, don't panic. I didn't give one to the translators. And while they've been amazing, I don't expect them to also speak Māori, so bear with me. All right. I te tuatahi ngā mihi ki ngā tangata whenua o te rohe nei. Nā rātou te mana, nā rātou te whenua, nā rātou te tino rangatiratanga mō ake tonu. I te tuarua, ko te ati haunui a pāparangi te iwi, no Taumarunui me Cambodia me India o, kei te noho o ki te wanganui ātara, ko Alicia Amohe tōku ingoa, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. So, kia ora, Jirepso, bonjour, and hello everybody. Je m'appelle Alicia Amohe. My name's Alicia Amohe. Thank you so much for coming to my presentation. Thank you to the organizing committee for such an incredibly seamless and welcoming conference. I've opened today firstly by introducing myself with a pepeha. So in Te Reo Māori, which is the indigenous language of my country, Aotearoa, New Zealand. I also acknowledge that we're gathering today on the unceded land of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe nations. So today I'm going to be presenting about how Koha is much more than a library system and always has been since its inception. First, a little bit more about me. So I was born in Te Whanganui Ātara, Wellington, in New Zealand. My father is Māori and Indian, and my mother is Cambodian. I'm the firstborn of 4 children, so I was raised to be very self-sufficient and independent, and that's me at the computer prefacing my whole career and life, probably doing something very important, like taxes or something. And as you heard earlier, I've been working on Koha at Catalyst for over 10 years now. My very first patch was in early 2014 when I was a student at the Catalyst Open Source Academy. And yet this is my first time with the Koha community. It's technically not my first KohaCon. My first one was in 2020. So when we hosted in Wellington, it wasn't quite what I was expecting. So I'm really excited to be here at my first real KohaCon to finally meet people I've been talking to, firstly on IRC and now on Mattermost for many years. I'm incredibly proud of Koha being such a large part of my journey as a software developer. I connect really strongly to Catalyst's mission of using and promoting open source software. I presented a lot of conferences about that. So at Catalyst, our team is now called Ropu Kohinga. It's Māori words, and we chose it to represent the wider ecosystem of open source library technology that our team now supports. So while we're still great at Koha, we also look after VUFind and DSpace and other open source library technology too. Many of you will know Chris Cormack. He's one of the original developers of Koha, and he's no longer directly in our team, but he still works at Catalyst. His job is now all about making Catalyst good for Māori to work in and work with, and he left our team nearly 2 years ago, which is when I stepped into his role, which is the technical lead role for our team. So before I was full-time at Catalyst, I studied at Victoria University of Wellington. I graduated in 2020 with a degree in computer science and a degree in business, and outside of Catalyst I do a lot of work around Māori rights and gender equality. But that's enough about me. Koha has always intended to be more than a system that gets purchased and used. Koha is a Māori word, koha, and it's mostly translated as gift, but it has a deeper meaning in the Māori worldview. So it was given this name, Koha, to represent that the system was made open source as a gift to the community from Horowhenua Library Trust. In the Māori world, a koha is a gift that comes with or fulfills an obligation. So it implies that there's this ongoing relationship between the gift giver and the gift receiver, and that this will be an exchange at various stages throughout the relationship. So it describes the open source nature of the system, and it also describes the way that our koha community interacts with it. So today I'm going to be talking about how koha can be applied in more ways than the average library system and how powerful that can be within your organization. But before we go into that, let's go back to the start. Many of you will know this story already. Koha was developed for Horowhenua Library Trust, or HLT, by Katipo Communications in 1999 because the world didn't have an open source library system and they wanted one. They also needed a new system because the one they had the Y2K bug. So HLT went live with Koha in 2000, in the new year. This is what it looked like. And Koha 1.0 was released for download in July of the same year. It was the world's first fully web-based open source library system. A few months later, the first code change was accepted from outside of Katipo Communications. Within the year, Koha had a new script to automate translations, and then the following year, in 2002, the first bug was lodged and fixed in Bugzilla, which is our bug tracking platform. The same year, Koha 1.3 was released, which included support for multiple mark flavors. These are important stories because they're things we take for granted now, and it demonstrates how Koha was designed from the get-go to be as versatile as possible to respond to the needs of a global community of users. Koha in 2024 looks quite different. It is a fully featured library management platform, modules for managing acquisitions and serials, electronic resources, authorities, preservation, as we heard yesterday, and the circulation of many kinds of items. There are options for flexible reporting, label printing, multi-format notices, offline circulation. It's hugely customizable and configurable. Libraries can create frameworks to fit their unique data, change how their interface looks and behaves, install any number of translations, show and hide functionality by setting permissions by user. It's integratable and interoperable with other systems. I don't need to tell you all of this. It's a pretty sick platform. And it's used in 18,000 plus organizations and library consortia of all sizes around the world. This project is over 9,000 days old. It has over 55,000 commits. Over 520 people have contributed patches to Koha. With that kind of scale and diversity, the Koha project was bound to evolve and grow more than the team in 1999 could have imagined. When Chris Cormack worked for Katipo Communications and they were tasked with building the world's first open source library system, he remembers saying, "It's just a big database. How hard could it be?" Of course, that was a somewhat ambitious statement, but it wasn't totally misguided. The Koha catalog is a very complex but big database, which means it can be used to store information about almost anything. And the thing about Koha is that while it was intended as a library system, in practice the applications are endless. One of the first installations of Koha after it was released was for cataloging car manuals for a manufacturer in the United States. In our Catalyst demo site, among other things, we catalog Pokemon. And in the last year, we've started working with an Indigenous film festival based in New Zealand, and they use Koha to catalog their films and the contributors to those films. We've also implemented Koha for organizations that don't use it as a library system at all. Instead, it's used primarily for cataloging. So maybe it really is just a big database. So like I said earlier, I'm coming up to my 10-year anniversary at Catalyst. We're just one vendor of open source library technology. And a bit more about us, Catalyst is a software company that specializes in open source software. That means we provide solutions and support for and with open source software. So that ranges from teams using open source software for bespoke development solutions like websites and apps, to teams focused on the hosting and support of one open source product or ecosystem of products like my team. Catalyst was founded in 1997 and now has around 300 employees spread across the Pacific, Aotearoa, Australia, Canada, the UK, and Europe. Catalyst also provides the only New Zealand-owned and operated cloud computing service built on open source technology, and we even host the New Zealand Open Source Awards to recognise outstanding work done with free and open source software. So this is a photo from one of our previous open source academies. I was a student in this, as I said, in 2014, and now I get to mentor it, so it's a really special kind of full circle moment for me every time that happens. And we get to work with some really awesome libraries and organizations, so I wanted to take you through some of the things that they're doing in Koha that's kind of non-standard or very creative. So, FKA Children's Services and Koha Library show how Koha can just be a big database with customizable item types and collections. They have some very cool and potentially unexpected items in their catalogues, just like how do you say it, Cuyahoga County Public Library has the boxes of puppets available. So FKA provides resources to early education and care services in the state of Victoria in Australia. Their collection includes bilingual books in over 70 languages and multicultural dramatic play items such as cookware, musical instruments, puppets, and dolls. And in recent years, they've introduced a variety of literacy kits, story bags, and audio story bags, and you can see some of them in those boxes there. And then Koha Library in Tonga started by filling a need for books in the community after Cyclone Gita. However, they've since received donations in the form of laptops, bikes, and paint, all which can be checked out through the library. Over the years, there have been plugins and workarounds for making items bookable within Koha, and now there's built-in functionality for that, as we heard all about yesterday. And so that means that Koha can replace systems that are solely for the pre-booking of things like testing devices, as we have at Catalyst, or study rooms, or meeting rooms, or laptops. So it's just another way that the library system can become useful beyond its collections. A key feature of a library system is the ability to circulate items to patrons, so checking them in and out, transferring them between branches, placing holds. These functions could be applied to standard stock or inventory management. Many organizations need a system that can track the movement of an item, allocate it to someone, log its previous location, and then report on those movements, which sounds a lot like circulation to me. It's not a new idea to use RFID tags to make circulation more efficient. So similarly, stock and inventory items could be assigned RFID tags so that when they're scanned in a new location, a branch transfer or something else is triggered and the holding library is updated, and we can see that movement of an item through a system. One of my favorite things about Koha is how configurable the OPAC is. So libraries have the option to completely change how their library website looks and build some very creative catalogs. And they can do this through styles like colors, fonts, logos. They can show and hide elements and animate the page using JavaScript. They can set system preferences to turn features on and off, like the language toggle. They can add custom content in all of their installed languages now, anywhere on the OPAC homepage using the HTML customizations tool. And they can use the new pages tool to create custom pages. Essentially, you can make the Koha OPAC look completely different from another Koha OPAC, or really nothing like a typical library catalog at all. Oops. I went ahead. Sorry, I've lost my mouse. There it is. Nope. It had to be the developer that had technical difficulties, right? There it is. Sorry, bear with me again. one of our libraries is the Chartered Accountants Australia and New Zealand, or CANS. So they're one of my favorite examples of how a Koha OPAC could look using the tools available in the staff interface. There are no code customizations in their Koha package to create this layout. It's just a bunch of HTML customizations, some CSS and JavaScript, but that all lives in the database. So that means that it pretty much holds up through upgrades, and it's also easy for library staff to make edits themselves. Another way that some of our libraries have been creative with their catalogue websites is by showing completely different styles for libraries which use the same backend. So here are the OPACs for South Taranaki District Council and Stratford District Council. We have different organisations running off the same Koha instance. Many of you have seen this before. In this case, we're using an Apache rule to override the OPAC additional style sheet preference and show different styles based on which website or which URL the user is accessing Koha through. You'll see the HTML customization content is the same, the sliders and the new items drop down, because this is shared between the two. However, if they didn't want this, we could use some JavaScript to show the intended content for that site. And we've done versions of this for a few of our libraries. We have a school library in Sydney, Australia, that shows different OPACs for their different schools. We also have a public library in New Zealand, which recently took on the library management of a local school. So they have one branch which gets treated as the school library and has a different catalogue available. And then the rest of the branches have the standard council website because they didn't want school items visible at those public libraries. So CANS also uses the Pages tool really well to provide kind of specialized landing pages for their resources, for anything that their users might be looking for. So for them, it's all about making their lists and their collections easier to find and anticipating the needs of their users. And this is really cool because their library team spends a lot of time curating collections and making sure that the resources available in the catalogue are useful. And so this is making sure that their users know how much work they're putting in and can find those things quickly. So their OPAC has become more of a knowledge hub where all kinds of resources living in different digital repositories have been brought to one central website. Speaking of a centralised search for multiple databases, Auckland University of Technology in New Zealand uses VuFind to search their library catalogue. So VuFind is an open source discovery layer which allows a user to search through a range of sources in a combined search. VuFind can harvest and display data from Koha using APIs, and through this integration, AUT have also been able to sponsor a bunch of improvements to both Koha and VuFind to make them even more interoperable. AUT also recently undertook a project with us to make their archives collection, or what they call special collections, searchable and available. And it was important to them that these items didn't show up in the standard VuFind combined search. So they toyed with the idea of having a completely separate Koha instance just for their archives, but with some support from us, they were able to adapt their Koha OPAC, which wasn't being used because they were using VuFind instead, to be a site just for searching their special collections. So this is an adaptation of a feature that we've seen, the catalog concerns feature, can be unofficially used as a request tracker. So users can submit a request and then it'll go through to the staff interface, and the library staff have a nice module to assign requests to staff, update their progress, or resolve the tickets. And while it wasn't designed for this, it can be a nice way to adapt it. So I'm nearly at the end now, but I want to talk about what makes Koha special beyond the code. So Koha empowers Indigenous communities and stories in many ways. By default, Koha supports diacritics, which means that Indigenous stories don't have their meaning lost when characters with accents get replaced with question marks. Also, Koha has offline circulation, so libraries in the islands or in remote destinations can rest assured that their library can stay open when the internet's patchy. And also it's web-based, so when the internet works, they don't need special computers or machines to run the software. And plus, we've already covered the translation capability of the platform, but just to reiterate, and I feel like we've felt it fully being here at this bilingual KohaCon, there is unmatched power in being able to give and receive information in your language. So that's really important and something that Koha could do from the very start. It's also worth mentioning the economical impact of Koha. So organizations have been created to support the development and hosting of Koha Library System. People are being paid to contribute to Koha, to provide Koha. Through Koha, people have been able to build capability, upskill. I learned how to do my job through supporting Koha, through writing my very first unit tests and upgrading Bootstrap. At Catalyst, we've guided nearly 100 young people to making their first open source code contributions through Koha at the Open Source Academy. This is a picture of me running a Koha bug squashing session at Catalyst a few years ago. It wasn't at the Academy, it was actually with a bunch of people from Catalyst who are non-technical. I don't really like that term, but they're not developers. And through this workshop, they were able to make their first open source code contributions. There are very few projects where someone can do that in one morning. This community has made that possible. This project makes that possible for anyone of any age, any skill level to get something into Koha. And then, of course, on the user end, Koha is used to teach people librarianship all around the world. No one dreams of becoming rich through open source software or through libraries. And this isn't that story either. But I think it's very cool that Koha has literally enabled people to work and travel and support their families, support their communities. And it was created just down the road from me in New Zealand, so I feel like that's quite special. And I do need to mention specifically how the open source nature of Koha is such a large part of its growth and success. And we've already heard this a few times. It is so incredible, the proximity that we have to the code base. We have the freedom to innovate, collaborate, contribute, configure, customize, govern, prioritize, and even release. That freedom is really unique. As a developer, working so closely with end users like library staff has taught me more about communication and understanding requirements than anything else I've experienced. It's taught me how to think broadly, how to design for diversity, and how to develop sustainably. And as users, it means the potential to drop the hacky workarounds you created due to a limitation in your software. It also means being able to shape how that fix is implemented, what it looks like in the software you use. Your voice is not only so valued here, but so vital to all of this. And actually, your collective voice is my #1 favorite thing about Koha. The people is what makes the project strong, the community. Every time I get to be around the library community in general, I'm reminded of how thoughtful and caring everyone is. And that's something I'm actively seeking out because I work in the tech sector, and those values are not always there. I wanted to make this point by talking about Rosalie Blake. So this is a photo of 3 members of the original Koha project team presenting at KohaCon 2020 in Wellington. We have Rachel Hamilton-Williams at the podium, Chris Cormack, who you already know, and Rosalie Blake. Rosalie was the head of libraries for Horowhenua Trust in 1999, when the trust realised that it needed a new library system. So they did a bunch of investigation, they found systems that were way too expensive, not suitable for the technology available at the libraries. And it was Rosalie who bravely decided that they would commission Katipo Communications to write a new system for them. And then it was her that convinced the trust that when the system was finished, they should give it away as free and open source software. Without her, Koha would truly not exist. And when she passed away, it was decided to name the next release KohaCon24 Rosalie in her honour. This project tends to attract innovative, enthusiastic, and kind people like Rosalie. And I don't know if that's because it's open source, or because it's a library system, or because it was born in New Zealand and instilled with values based in community all of those years ago, or developed by a global team, or a combination of all of those things. But when an organization chooses Koha, they choose its history, they choose its legacy, they choose its potential, and they choose its people. So that's what I came to share with you today. I made these bookmarks. They're really cool, I think. And I've got heaps of them, so please take some. There's some at the desk at the door and also some upstairs. But thank you so much for talking to me, and thank you for being part of this community.
Any question for Alicia? Thank you very much again. Cool. Talk to you soon. The mic.
The next talk will be from our closing speaker, our closing keynote speaker. She's a friend of mine. We talk amongst various business networks, and when we were looking for a closing talk, we said it might be interesting to have a woman first, and talking about technology. Sarah combines these two items. Help me welcome Sarah Legendre-Bilodeau, Chair, Vidance Analytics. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be with you today. I hope that my talk will be sufficiently lively to keep you awake at the end of the day. On this Tuesday, you have a great program in coming days. I'm so happy to be here today. I'm here to tell you about artificial intelligence, or AI. That's my specialty. I have an AI firm that I've been directing for 6 years now. I also teach at the HEC Montréal School of Leaders. I'll have trouble with this mic. Can I take it like so? Okay, wonderful. That's what I'll do. I'd rather be moving while speaking. I hope this will be interesting. You know, will be a view of AI, examples of various applications. Maybe you'll understand better what it is, why are we where we are today. That's my goal today. So I've introduced myself. Now, what is AI? And since when have we been talking about this? We might think that for 2 years now, it came onto the market with the arrival of ChatGPT or Copilot, for example, that were the subject of numerous tests because it was accessible all at once. We might think that it's something new, but it's not new. AI is not new. This is a definition on the screen going back to 1956. So things happened pretty much in 1949, the concept of an artificial intelligence. And in 1956, what were we saying? Well, it's about machines capable of performing tasks that are characteristic of human intelligence.
This is still more or less where we're at. We could bring nuances. We talk about automation within artificial intelligence. Can we, for example, duplicate very complex reasoning involving emotions, human judgment? I don't think so. We still work with algorithms and recipes that simplify our reasoning. But this definition is still accurate, I think. I'm going to show you a bit of a timeline in terms of AI. So in 1949, we had the Turing test. Then there were different trends. It became popular around the 70s. A huge decline at the beginning of the 1980s. Then a new trend going into the 90s. And then in the 2000s, AI, the concept of AI was almost dead. Why have we been seeing waves like this? there was no alignment between technological capacities in terms of calculation, storing. We did not have a lot of digital data. When we talk about data today, we talk about vocal data, and in the past, we did not store data. Now we have traces of data all over the place with voices, images, financial transactions, social networks. Everything in our lives leaves traces and allows us eventually to store data. So this is one of the reasons why AI was sort of at a dead point, the capacity to store data. Second point, we did not have the data, and then research on algorithms was not up to date. Why are we seeing such an interest in AI now? We have much better alignment between all the different dimensions. We are now able to store huge amounts of data. The problem is not, do I have enough data? The problem now is often that we have too much data. We have capacity for calculation. We have research functions that are very evolved in terms of algorithms, for example. In Montreal, we are amongst the world leaders in AI research. So those three combined elements are really pushing AI. For the past 2 or 3 years, generative AI has been growing. So this graph is not even up to date. It goes to February 2024. And nowadays, there's a new technology or a new technologic capacity that is released per month. So we don't know what to expect in the next 6 months, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. But, if you look at the green logo, that's ChatGPT. But of course, there are many other technologies that are similar to ChatGPT that are becoming accessible tools that can be mobilized in professional contexts or in service supply or with partners. So it seems like everything is aligned to enable us to use AI tools in a very efficient way. Let's go back to what is artificial intelligence. We talk a lot about generative AI. ChatGPT and Copilot are two good examples of generative artificial intelligence. So AI is, but those two tools are just two tools in a very big toolkit that work on data value. Data is the basic material that is used for AI. You know about this since you work in libraries. So data is raw material that enables us to produce artificial intelligence. You are sitting on incredible data sources. So generative AI is just one tool amongst a series of tools that belong to artificial intelligence. Generative AI will not necessarily help us solve all problems encountered by companies. Maybe deep learning may be useful in certain instances, and that is not generative AI. I often tell my clients to be careful. When our only tool is a hammer, all our problems look like nails. So we have to be careful not to change our organization processes, for example, in order to be able to use a specific tool, because we know that the tools will change. In a year's time, the tools we have now will be different. So we have to perceive AI as a tool and not as a means or as needs. This slide comes from a McKinsey research, very recent. It was published in April 2024. they have tried to estimate the world potential of AI. They've also consulted with different companies. So they've asked them about their ambitions in terms of using AI, and they have estimated, this is a very general estimation, the world potential, and it comes up to $4,400 billion in economic value for global economy. That is a potential. It has not been activated yet. We can question it, wonder if it's realistic. That's not for me to say, but this number just gives you an idea of the scope of transformation within organizations and companies. It's transformation that will soon happen thanks to, amongst others, generative AI. In the same study, McKinsey found that almost all businesses that had been consulted, so 96%, state that AI is becoming a key tool for their business. So we are really mobilized, AI is really mobilizing the market and industries, so we can see that it is not a temporary trend. Businesses really want to use AI. They are planning to do so. What we see here is that 97% of businesses recognize the advantages of AI in day-to-day operations. So all operational tasks, people are recognizing the value of AI on the market. However, and that's where things get a little bit trickier, we are realizing that performances, the potential is not quite fully activated yet. For example, 78% will use private AI solutions, generative AI solutions. So people believe in the technology, they believe that it will transform the market, but will they use it themselves? They prefer using generic solutions instead of personalizing their solution and having something customized. So people are willing to try it out, but when it comes to time to invest in the technology to personalize it, maybe they're a little bit more hesitant. 61% encounter accuracy problems when using AI in their companies. So we can see that AI is not quite fully accurate, and people are disappointed. 17% rate their in-house solutions excellent in terms of overall performance. So we're very far from, clear success, even though we recognize it will transform the market. However, over the next 2 years, will companies use generative AI in their organization in a moderate to significant way? So a wide majority in green are planning a moderate increase of AI. So this is a clear majority of organizations plan on using generative AI in the next 2 years. AI for libraries, what does it mean? There are many different examples. As I said, you are sitting on huge amounts of data, raw material. It's extraordinary. So artificial intelligence is useful in many different contexts. I'm going to name 3, but I think we could find maybe 15 good use examples. For example, to catalog information, to automated cataloging and classification of information. So to classify documents that you have within a library. It can be used to find similarities, to regroup. That's beautiful potential for generative AI. We are automating many things that used to be done manually. It can also be used for document searches. Who in this room has tested ChatGPT or another tool, another generative AI tool at the library? I would say half of you, maybe, have tested the tools. That's good news. Generative artificial intelligence will give good results if we tell it very specifically where to look for information, what information to look for. For example, ChatGPT, if I ask it, if I say I would like to have this information, maybe it will make something up and I won't even realize it's made up. It might even tell me it has a reliable source of information and it's false. But if I give it context, if I tell the tool what document I want it to look into, if I give it a clear exit, you know, if you don't find the information, thank you to mention it instead of inventing something. That's really important because generative AI tools use very sophisticated statistics models using huge databases, and what they do is that they predict the next word, if I really simplify the process. So if they don't find the process, they may invent it because they want to predict the next word. What are the probabilities? What's the most probable next word? So we want to avoid ending up with false information. We need to frame the question as specifically as possible, and that's where the art of prompting becomes really important. In French, we say the invite, in English, the prompt. Right now, there are many trainings being organized on this specific topic because we realize that results are satisfying if we really put effort into formulating a good prompt. We have a new tool, and we need to learn how to use it in order to be able to get the full value that this AI tool is able to give us. It can perform very well if we guide it properly, if we direct it towards the documents that we're interested in, and those generative AI tools will increasingly quote their sources, which they did not do maybe 6 months ago, a year ago. It wasn't the case. Third example, personalized recommendation systems. Clients, individuals, now expect us to know them. They expect us to guide them according to their interests and their past behaviors. For example, if I open my Facebook application, you know, now all I will see is advertisement, but if the ads are not interesting for me, it's frustrating. If I have ads that I'm interested in, maybe I'll be able to accept it a little bit more. So our expectations have changed as consumers, and we now expect it to be known, to be recognized in the digital landscape. So everything that marketing did well, the field of marketing was a precursor. I give conferences in sectors, and I was speaking to HR teams 2 weeks ago. And HR is a sector that is just opening up to AI. It's only happening now. I don't know how your sector is doing, but what I was telling them is that we can draw inspiration from what has been done well in the past 10 years in terms of knowing clients, marketing products, and duplicate it. Use it in human resources. Use it to accompany consumption in libraries, how to guide users towards content, books, magazines. The same principles apply. We are getting to know our clients in order to market our products. For example, if I love yoga, and I don't play golf, but for example, if I played golf, I will expect to be seeing ads or recommendations that are connected to my personal hobbies. This is something that we can now do in libraries. In terms of other examples, everything that is connected to administration, no matter what the sector is, the area of work is, who here has spent time redacting job postings in the last few years? Who here has written job offers? It's a really long process. You know, you have to come up with a full page, 2 pages, expectations, requirements, and so on. Have you ever tried using ChatGPT for it? I think I have an example later in my presentation. You'll see how simple it is. I'm very focused on generative AI. Earlier, I showed you different circles, and generative AI was only a small part of artificial intelligence. Why do I insist so much on generative AI in this specific conference? It is because it is part of the family of tools which, in my opinion, is the most relevant for your work context. It gives you access because you have access to a lot of data, but it is unstructured data, a lot of natural language, different languages, many different topics, and that's where generative AI can be very useful. Amongst the tools that I don't want to promote specific tools, but there are a number of tools. And generative AI will be relevant, for example, in word processing, to generate content, to correct, to translate to other languages. Translation should now be relatively easy with those tools. Of course, there are certain languages, that will have translations that are not as accurate, but those tools help us understand each other, across languages. Assisted drafting, in terms of image processing, generative AI can analyze image databases, recognize objects, individuals. It can focus on a specific tasks. We can also do automatic touch-ups. We can create new visuals. You may have tried Gamma. It is pretty popular right now on the market. It enables us to generate new images. It is fascinating. I think it's not always perfect, but it's fascinating. Small word here. Maybe some of you have questions about the impacts of generative AI on the environment. It is a very valid concern. And image processing is a really relevant question here. I don't recommend testing it with your children, for example, because if you generate 30 images, it's like charging a cell phone 30 times in a row. It uses a huge amount of energy. We have not solved the problem of energy for the coming years in terms of what calculation energy will be required. So we have to be very modest, have AI models that are as light as possible. I think that's where the future lies. Continuing, audio processing. AI is now very efficient at recognizing voice. You may have tested this with your bank. The bank may have told you on the phone, vocal identification has recognized you. That's generative AI. Text to sound, that's something that is now relatively easy to do. Improve sound and sound quality, music and sound creation. Those are examples of generative AI. Video processing. That's the fusion of image processing and audio processing. So the outcomes are a little bit similar. Now, who, would not want to have a virtual assistant at all times in order to create PowerPoint presentations? It's coming. I can't say it's perfect right now. You may have tried it. It is still a little bit disappointing. But I think that we can imagine that in a year or two, generative AI will be able to help us generate quality PowerPoint presentations with good content. It would be much easier than what we're doing right now. Now, we have to be careful. I am firmly in favor of keeping the human being at the center of interactions. For me, AI is a tool that we must learn to use, but it will not replace us. AI will help us do better, be more efficient. It will help us increase our productivity, but we will remain masters. So that is the type of AI use that I wish to see developed in the future. We will see it, for example, in France. There are already laws that regulate the use of AI. Same for the European Union. In Canada, we're waiting for the C27 Act. In the US, there will also be regulated use of AI with the consumers. A few examples of mediatized cases. Apple withdrew its credit card from the market after the media called it discriminatory. Air Canada, a very well-known air carrier, refused to refund a consumer ripped off by its chatbot on the grounds that the chatbot is a separate legal entity that is responsible for its own actions. Who is responsible for an AI search engine used in a company? You know, we could say it's the business. For example, I have a firm, I offer services, and I develop AI tools for clients. If I give them intellectual property, who's responsible? Is it myself or the business that paid for my services? So there's a lot of questions that will need to be clarified, because right now things are a little bit muddy. There is a lot of legal confusion, and unfortunately, the law often is passed many years after the problems arise. If a virtual job advisor refuses to steer women towards IT work, why are things happening this way? Why would an algorithm recommend this? I was trained in statistics. That's my training. AI uses very sophisticated tools based on statistics. That's what's behind the technology. And statistics is error and uncertainty management. So at all times, there are risks of making mistakes when we use statistic models. So that those models are behind AI. So it's impossible to come up with an AI solution that will never make mistakes. That's one very important thing. Second very important thing, in the end, in order to come up with an AI solution which will predict the future, which will come up with new recommendations, we have to use data from the past and decisions that were made in the past by humans. Are humans biased when they make decisions? Humans are always very biased. So our databases are full of bias, and algorithms simplify complex situations. They almost always amplify the biases. So why is this virtual job advisor refusing to steer women towards IT? Well, it's because historically there has not been many women in IT. It's the only reason. The algorithm here has not been corrected to correct this bias that was present in the past. We could come up with many examples that have been covered by the media. I don't know if you see, but in those 3 cases, the human being was not, in the last step of validation, and that's dangerous. I always say that we have to test the technology on ourselves, but let's not test our tools with our clients. We don't have enough maturity to be able to trust AI to come up with good recommendations. So, my concerns with generative AI. I use ChatGPT almost on a daily basis. If Eric uses ChatGPT, if maybe 10 people in this room ask the same question, and we all get ready for the same meeting, In the end, we're all going to say the same thing in the meeting. So generative AI leads to convergence, convergence around average information, the information that is most often communicated. So are we not going towards a tunnel or maybe even a funnel? That's a question that I ask myself. I think we should always use AI as to support our work, but we should never consider it as being the truth. Same goes with generic content. We have to be aware of generic content because it uses average information. If we want to stand out, AI is not what will help us do so. Accuracy management. We have to validate everything that comes out of generative AI. I'll give you an example. It's not the case anymore. You know, as versions are becoming increasingly accurate in terms of answers, there are protection mechanisms that are being included in AI solutions. But 6 months ago, my company had developed an example with which we asked ChatGPT who was the 10th mayor of the city of Laval in Quebec. You know, this beautiful text came out, and when we validated the information, we realized that they were not talking about the 10th mayor, but the 7th mayor. So the dates were wrong. Who came after that mayor? It was also the incorrect information. So it was very well written, but all the information was false. So we have to be very careful with the information that we use when it comes from generative AI. Hallucinations are a good example of that phenomenon. Speaking of hallucinations, I'll give you an example of what I asked generative AI to come up with in the last few months. I have a client that is a big law firm in Quebec. I was preparing a presentation on generative AI. I had visuals, and it didn't work with the colors in my PowerPoint presentation. So I asked ChatGPT to help me generate a graphic with the correct colors. But look at what it came up with. That is not presentable. We see that it's recognized words, percentages, but it doesn't mean anything. It's very creative. You know, what you see on the right is extremely creative, and we can see that the technology is not, perfect at all levels. However, when I asked to use Vidance Analytics colors, I didn't specify what the colors were, and it used the website to come up with turquoise and orange. So the tool did go and get the correct colors. So certain things are accurate, but it's still not quite fully functional. Here's the Laval city example. So who was the 10th mayor of the city of Laval? Here's the answer. Claude Ulysse Lefebvre, he was mayor between 1973 and 1981. He came after Jacques Tétrault, who was the 9th mayor. We see that the structure is fine. It looks good. But in the end, Claude Ulysse Lefebvre was the 4th mayor, not the 10th mayor. The dates were incorrect. He did not come after Jacques Tétrault, but he came after Lucien Paiement. So as you can see, there's nothing correct aside from the structure, I think, of the text.
It tells you you always need to question what you see. It's not mature enough. And then I'm going to go back to this example today with GPT 4.0. These are truthful information that are coming out. Depending on the version that you're using, there will be changes over time. AI, how can we implement it in businesses? There are two ways to use AI in a company or an organization. The first way, that one that you see in green, internally with our processes. We use AI to be more efficient, more productive, optimize the way we do things, try to avoid repeating the same thing. and it should be seamless for our clients. They should not be able to see it. We use AI for our own internal purposes to save money, but also to do more with less resources. And this is the first thing an organization should do. Very often our client will say, I need a chatbot for my customers. I'm sure you've probably heard it, managed it, or you probably had this idea as well. It's not a bad idea, but it's just using a chatbot on a website for a city or library that's available to the larger public. Is it really well thought out? Are we certain that the information will be truthful? Because you've seen what the hallucinations with the city of Laval, were we protected against these hallucinations and make sure that all the information that is used is correct? For me, it is really a great risk to use a tool that will be used by our customers to start with. So start with your internal processes, test it first before deploying it and using it with the clients. Another way to use AI in an organization, we enrich the products and services that we already have. And then the client can start seeing the use of AI. It enriches their experience, there are more functionalities, it's faster. So the customer experience is getting better. And the third one is very rare. It's mostly used by startups. We will use AI to create new business models, new products. So it'll be pure creativity, new things using AI. And I wanted to show you examples of one or two in organizations that are not libraries, namely here, Scotiabank. I have a very large slide, but I will mainly speak of the first case study. So they've developed a tool for analyzing data analyzing data about diversity. So they've used their internal social network. They have messaging platforms, so they're analyzing this data, analyzing the employees' performance. It could be also emails, the number of emails. Of course, also taking into account confidentiality issues. And they're trying to find a recipe for success. So they've created an index of emerging leader. What employee would be a good fit in a leadership role in the organization? So it is a tool that is used internally solely that the client will never see. Another example of the second use, and we're leaving behind banks and libraries, so OMI Laboratory that creates skin cream and trying to customize them based on pictures of the face, based on the skin characteristics. And it's really a customized cream with active ingredients geared to treat skin conditions. That company has been in existence for 8 years and didn't use the first process. They went straight to 2, just to show you that some businesses decide to skip 1 and go straight to 2. They launched their business by trying to stand out using AI And it was the right choice. So here they're talking about wrinkles, nutrition, lack of firmness, even though this picture doesn't really represent this. There may be 7 or 8 skin conditions, and you can go on the web to see how it actually works. But what we're doing, there are several components of AI that are used. Do need to make sure, is it really a face that the algorithm is analyzing? Just imagine, I'm taking a picture of a red cup, and it's the analysis will say, the result will say 10 on 10 on redness. So we need to make sure that it's analyzing a human face. So different settings that will let the algorithm know that it is actually a face, because of the eyes, the nose, etc. And then we need to guide the user. Are they using a proper lighting? Are they close enough to the camera when taking the picture? So again, right now we're discussing the quality of the data that is gathered for the AI tool, and also to make the proper recommendation in terms of skin cream. And of course, we can use it in many industries, namely in insurance. They can know if the person is a smoker or a non-smoker depending on skin analysis. And it will be even more prevalent to try to fasten the process of a life insurance policy without having to request blood tests. Is there a risk of making a mistake? Well, always. So we need to manage these risks that will lead to success over the next few years. How do we launch, or do we think that to try to use AI is not a business need? We need to think about our issues. What are the critical processes in organization? What would deserve optimization? And what are the difficulties encountered by my colleagues? And it will help us optimize our processes. But first, we need to identify the problem before using the tool. We don't need to deploy ChatGPT or Copilot. The need that I have is to resolve issues, maybe using technology, maybe with data and the information that I have, or maybe with AI. So we try to use different tools to be able to solve these issues adequately and without spending a lot, because it can be very costly. Customized processes are very costly. We need to make sure that the benefits can be accounted for quickly after implementing a solution. Where do we start? We need to know where we start from. In your case, I'm not too worried. To make sure if you have data and information, I think you have plenty. And what technology are we going to use? Do we have the expertise to use this technology? Is there a positive leadership that will lead us towards innovation? And if you don't have the right leadership, you won't reach your objectives. It's so changing. We need to make sure that everybody's on board. Managing changes in AI, if it's difficult, whenever a new technological tool is implanted, well, it's going to be tenfold with AI. You need to overestimate our need for change with AI. And these are questions we need to ask. We need to make a diagnosis and what we need to implement to be able to use AI. For me, success needs to be, the human needs to be part of this success. And I hope you receive my message. It is just one tool among many other tools, a very powerful tool. It's not only a technological project, but it's also a business project. It needs to be serve the needs of the client or ambitions. Technology must not be in the lead position, and we need to use everyone's talents, because it's very easy to develop a technology that's not necessarily well suited to our needs. To make sure that from the leadership to to everyone in the company is able to accept this new technology. And you saw at the beginning of my presentation, there was this acceleration of new AI technologies. I don't recommend to undertake costly projects and try to develop a 2-year project. It's too longer, because maybe the following year, a generic solution might come out that will replace the work that has been done over the last 2 years. So small steps, small benefits, and we're limiting the risks. Stay focused on your priorities. So let's say I work in libraries. I won't transform into an AI-focused organization. So we try to manage the risk, validate the information, and keeping humans at the center of this process. This is the end. I don't know if I have time to answer questions. Eric? Yes? If you have any questions? It was a pleasure ending the day with you. I hope you appreciated it. We have a gift for you. She doesn't have the poutine gravy in her bag. Thank you, Sarah.
This is the end. Yeah, so this is the end of the talks, but it's not the end of KohaCon, of course. Is that my slides? No. So, 2 days together. How was it? You liked it? Woo! Great. I'm pretty happy also for what happened in those 2 days, but it's not over. So we just spent the 23rd and 24th together. Tomorrow is the Cultural Day, so across Montreal, and then the 26th and 27th will be the workshops and the AgFest. So just a reminder for those who registered tomorrow, you also received an email about this information. So tomorrow at 9:30 we have the walking tour around on the Mont-Royal. So it's a meeting at the Maison Smith that you received by email. For those who didn't register, you're welcome to the Grande Bibliothèque at 1 p.m. You also had to register. I think it's full in English. I think we still have like 1 or 2 places in French. And there's other activities that you could have registered. I want to do some. I would like to thank a lot of people. So first, our speakers. So you have their name there. We also have our interpreters that I want to give a big shout out. Thank you. We also have our technical team that did an amazing job. You didn't see all the behind the scene that happened, but when it's seamless like that, it's because we have a good team. Thank you. Of course, our volunteers that were along with us all along the way. So Alicia, Jessie, Joël, Ewi, Catherine, Michaela, Paul, and Winnie. So thank you very much for being part of our success. And of course, the organization team, Marilus, Olivier, and especially Caroline, she took that very at heart. So it was a pleasure to work with all of those in the organization, organizing the conference, and of course the rest of the NLibro's team who was always supporting and probably tired to hear of us about the KohaCon. So thank you for your support. So for us, it's time to pass the baton. And for that, I will request Alicia one more time on the stage because next year, KohaCon will be in New Zealand. So she's going to talk a little bit about that.
It's me again. You keep hearing from me today, I'm so sorry. But yes, I'm very excited to announce, mostly on behalf of Chris and the organizing team, that KohaCon 2025 will be in Te Whanganui-a-Tara, or Wellington, New Zealand. The theme will be Kua Hua Te Marama, which in Māori means the moon is full or the cycle is complete, and it's a whakatauki or a proverb about returning home. It will be toward the end of the year, probably the end of November, and yes, and in Wellington for about a week. So get planning, and I hope to see all of you there, especially if you've come up to me and said how much you miss Chris. He has told me to tell you to come and see him.
Thank you, Alicia. So it's a rendezvous, I guess, for those. Who do you think? Who think they will be able to make it? Yeah, nice. It will be very nice. But it's not over for KohaCon 2024. But for now, I want to thank you a lot. And we have something to ask you. The same question as yesterday. We're going out for a beer just after the. I think it's a bit late for asking that, but who think we'll be able to make it on the next place we're going for a beer? Just want to advise them. Okay. All right. So thank you very much. Have a good night, and for those who stay with us, see you tomorrow. Thank you.